Okay, sorry about that one. There we go. Now I muted it. Good to see you, Gil. Always nice to have you here, as usual.
It's nice to be here out of the hot sun.
Yeah. What's your temperature for today?
Temperature is, let me do a refresh over here. We are currently at 80 degrees and the temperature is going up. We're supposed to hit 83.
Okay.
Yesterday, we were only supposed to hit 77, and we were at 79 for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
That was
we have Walt Rogers on your side, Phelan Clan Wolf on your side, and we have Mark. He's fixing something with
working on a friend's truck.
Yeah. And we have Troop 1351. Good to see you. And we have Wanda Henry in the house. Good to see you. And Diors is in the house as well. Diors is on your side this time.
Yes, he is.
And the Watchman and PV is in the house. And Shannon as well. And I know PV wants the link, so we... now I can't even... There we go. My computer is really slow today for some reason. I don't know why. Takes basically forever basically to do something.
I noticed all the computers are going slower than over the last couple of weeks. They just seem getting slower and slower.
Yeah, and when I type something, it gets chopped up. Yeah. That's annoying.
Yep.
Good to see you, Shannon. And PB, you have the link as usual. And we have 14 in the house, so that's good. Now we wait for PV for popping in here.
And the Watchman just came in on my side.
Okay. That's good. Oh, yeah. Watchman, I saw him.
Yeah.
So we wait for PV popping in here.
Yeah. Shannon's
there
now at 198 subscribers.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, PV, good to see you. Thanks for your suggestion for today's topic, PV. I appreciate it, and the other topics as well. I will use them definitely.
Yeah, no worries. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you all right?
Yep.
Hey, Mother Earth Garden Club, good to see you.
Yeah, I'll just throw write a load of things down that you think may be pertinent to SHTF disasters, prepping, all that sort of stuff, and then just throw them out there.
Yeah. So clocking, what to do when the clock is ticking, that's a pretty interesting topic. So what is your idea with...
My take on this? Right, here we go.
Yeah.
So basically, it encompasses sort of everything from the preparation phase all the way through till surviving any sort of event, if you like. So the clock is ticking now, whatever you're preparing for, whether it be a historical event. You might have historical floods in your location, historical landslides, historical earthquakes, or you might be in a high crime zone which is prone to break-ins, riots, or whatever it is. If you've got a history of events in your area, then the clock is ticking now. Yeah. Obviously, there's pointers towards those events. There could be tremors before an earthquake, and low pressure systems, high tides combined, and all this sort of thing. So the clock is ticking
Hey,
now,
Grumpy.
and it depends what you're going to do about it. So what whether you start off training, information monitoring, rehearsing drills, rehearsing some sort of immediate action, then but what it is the clock is ticking now. So you're monitoring all these things, and even if you aren't monitoring them, you could be completely caught unaware out of the blue, a bolt from the blue attack, sort of, so to speak. In the end of the day, what are you actually going to do? What are your actions on the event of? And I think it's something quite important to think about, because you could be prepping for all sorts of things, and when it comes down to the crunch, what are you actually going to do? Are you, have you rehearsed it? Have you trained for it? Have you got the right gear? How long are you going to, how long do you think you're going to, it will take you for you to survive that event and get out the other end into safety, or into a regime of sustainment if it is really bad,
Yeah. The thing is, most people realize the clock is always ticking. It's ticking down on everything. It's ticking down on how many days you have left to live. It's ticking down on absolutely everything. But what's scary is also you realize, you see the clock start going faster and faster. It's like, oh crap, what's going on? And it's like, figuring out, or which event's happening here and where are you prepared for it. Sometimes you may think you're prepared, and all of a sudden it's like, oh crap, I forgot this, I forgot that.
The moment we got the luxury of time, so we can think things through and sort of almost mentally prepare for all sorts of events. But when people sort of immediately think of this aspect of preparedness, what to actually do when something is upon you, then that's a completely sort of other aspect to it. This is sort of the flash actions, if you like, the immediate sort of actions. I mean, personally for me, I've got a little prepper notebook, and in there on one of the first couple of pages there, I've got it open here. It says SHTF immediate action drills, and it might sound a bit cheesy, but what the first one is: shopping list, and then a whole host of things: what to buy, where to get it. I haven't actually gone down to the drills of saying which aisle to go to and this sort of thing, because it's quite familiar to me. And I've got one of these sort of pages for 3 or 4 different events, so that even if I'm not in a position to go and get all this stuff, which should have got anywhere beforehand, but this is a good to have list. I've already got my preparedness regime and my stockpiles. These are the things I'd like to top up on, which you can't get enough of anyway. That it enables me to go and get these things, because I've got a good information monitoring system, and I can keep my eyes and ears out for the specific threats that are upon me. So lead up time is everything. The more time you can buy yourself, the more time you can get ahead of the game, in terms of if you are preparing to stay where you are, fine, you can go and do the final bits and nuts and bolts, secure the windows, etc. Go get your top up preps, so on. If you're not, then as I said, time is everything. It could enable you to get out earlier on the roads if need be, to jump ahead of the rush and the traffic. It depends how much time you've got.
One of the problems though with getting everything you need to get is this thing called a budget.
The budget.
Well, that's the thing.
Budget.
That's the thing. That's why it's an expensive game, and it's an insurance policy. At the end of the day, everyone should be in the mindset of store what you eat. But it really, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's hard to do, because how many people eat frozen food? All this sort of stuff. And if you've got to cater for the eventuality of, if the grid goes down, fine. If you've got a power solution to sustain your fridge or freezer, fine. If not, then you've got to have some sort of other fallback plan. And like you said, it's expensive, and you can't just go out and get all this stuff straight away in one go because, well, you could do if you had enough money, but the point is, if you go out and buy 20 cans of corned beef now, all those 20 cans of corned beef are going to run out. The date is going to run out at the same time. That's just an example, but most tins last almost forever anyway, apart from rust and storage conditions. But it should be good to go because they're all packaged and sealed and contained in a sterile environment.
One of the things that, as far as our, the freezer, I'm trying to. I know I need to keep certain things. There needs to have. I want to keep certain things in the freezer, and every time I see meat on sale, I buy extra meat. But one of the things I started doing is, thanks to Tammy at Rebel Canners and Mark, who's not up here today, he's working on a friend's truck. Is start canning the meat.
Yeah,
like the ground beef, canning the ground beef, and stuff like that. My wife texted me a couple days ago. Wayne dropped off canning jars, 3.5 dozen quarts, and some smaller ones. So a friend of ours whose wife passed away a couple of years ago, and he gave us her pressure canner, found another 3.5 dozen quart jars and a bunch of others, and gave them to us for free, which means we can now can more stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And meat and
that
stuff.
That is what I call lucky.
Yeah, meat, like if Mark was up here, he'd be talking about it, but meat in the freezer still is, even though it's you got a really, really cold freezer or whatever, it's still going through its breakdown. And once you can it, though, the canning process stops that breakdown of the meat and everything. And we've canned stuff, and back when I was a teenager, my mom canned a bunch of stuff, and 10 years later, it was as good as the day we canned it.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get stuff lasting 10 years in a chest freezer.
Exactly. It's not just hey Costa, how you doing?
Hey Costa, good to see you.
It's also on my list, for instance, food probably makes up a third of the list. So, I'm my target for preps is to be in food, definitely, self-sustain myself for 3 months, or our household, and then because a 3 month supply is pretty hard to actually keep ticking over, managing, recycling, eating, etc., etc., etc. So that takes up a third of my list. That's my 3 month target. Other people's may differ depending on threat. The majority of the other 2/3 is cleaning materials, batteries, soap, medication, paracetamol, and stuff like that, which you still should be cycling through out there, people. But there are things that we can't get hold of here, which, in the case of a big event when there's no sort of coming back from, and I'll put a caveat on this to anyone listening, is the fact that what I'm about to say is for SHTF complete SHTF situations only, is antibiotics, because we can't get access to antibiotics here, for instance. If you know where to get them from, they could be on your list. So that could be, I'm just putting ideas out there. They could be part of your immediate action plan if you know that whatever event is about to hit you will mean the complete destruction and breakdown of the already broken hospital system. So not only medication like antibiotics, paracetamol, but real essential things that we take for granted in hospitals and doctor surgeries is anesthetics. Well, without anesthetics, you're getting really limited to the scope of procedures you can carry out, including diagnostic equipment, but that's it. So people also got to think of not just in terms of food, but water. If you know you got a contamination type event coming, and you can't get away, and you want to stay where you are, for instance, then you could, one of your immediate action drills can be, as the clock is ticking, to secure a safe water source and top up everything you can over and above what you've prepared for already. So those, and an example of that is, many people out there might have one of these bath water bobs or an empty.
Hey Vanessa, good to see you.
An empty bunch of containers out there knocking around. You can never get enough water. So one of your immediate actions could be get your water bob out, lob it in the bath, fill it up as quick as you can, go around and fill every other container feasibly possible to keep yourself ticking over. Because when your water's gone, that's another clock that's ticking, and that's a short clock as well.
When the water's gone, you're down to the 72-hour clock ticking down.
Yeah,
definitely.
For those that don't, all right, there are 3 rules of 3. Only 3 rules of 3. People trying to add a 4th one on it, which is total BS. But anyways, 3 rules of 3. 3 minutes without air, the average person dies. Average, okay?
Yeah.
3 days without water, the average person dies. 3 weeks without food, the average person dies. So you can't do much about the air. It's kind of hard to do anything about. I got 4 years worth of air stored in my garage. But
it doesn't work that way.
Water is something you can do something about, and it's the one place where preppers, homesteaders, whoever are falling short on it, because it's so hard to store it, because it weighs 8.8 pounds per gallon. That's U.S. stuff. So guys can do the math to take it over to the metric system, but you need a gallon of water per day, drinking water, not bath water, not cooking water. Drinking water.
That's I've done because when I was living on a boat, I've still got my boat, by the way. Put it in perspective for people. Water, 1 cubic meter of water. So say a 3-foot cube of water weighs a ton.
Yeah. So. 1 US gallon in the metric system is 3.7 liters.
It's 2 types. It's two systems in there. We convert it at 4.55 liters. A gallon. Anyway, semantics. But.
So basically, you figure about 4 liters per day per person. Drinking. And if it's summertime, you're out there busting your butt and really trying to get that garden in, it's going to be closer to 2 gallons a day. Wintertime, when you're not doing much, you might get maybe 3/4 of a gallon.
Good to see you, man.
And if you're living in a place where you're subject to intense heat, you are really going to need a lot. And in some places, I've been to many places where you just cannot drink enough water, and just water alone is not enough either. You've got to substitute it with rehydration salts, sugars, electrolytes,
all the other electrolytes and stuff. It's like here on my live stream. This here is a half-gallon flask, and I just refilled it before the live stream, and I bet by the end of my second live stream today, I will have refilled it again. Of course, I was outside working in the sun all morning, so I'm dehydrated a little bit. I keep on sucking on it.
You've also got to be wise. Sorry, Shadow.
Kaylin says 4 liters is a little over a gallon.
Yeah.
And then Vanessa Kitty gives some weights there. Yeah.
There
you go. So water, a premium solution.
Yeah.
And so people have got to think about these sorts of things. You're all sitting around, ticking over. You're managing your garden. You're going out to work. You're checking over your preps. You're having a bath. You're having a shower. You're asleep. All of a sudden, say you get the emergency.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a big reverberation going on there. Yeah, all of a sudden you've got an emergency alert text come through, and bang, you're hit with it. What do I do? Do you just then lock the doors and windows and crack on, or if you're at work or if you're traveling, then
Hey, Prepper for the Ages, good to see you, man.
These are the times when you are pretty vulnerable.
Yeah.
All you are left with really is your skills and what you've got on you or with you at the time, and that's it. And if you can't find your way home,
yeah.
then
One other thing, just to scare everybody in water, just because I like poking people. Now, if you're thinking about planning on growing food, you need water for the food. Oh, I got chickens. You need water for the chickens. Oh, I got a couple goats. You need water for the goats.
Yeah.
And then you need food for the chickens, the goats.
Yeah.
So
prepping is not. I'm just going to do some stuff here. No, you need to put some thought into it, plan it out, and work on it a little bit at a time. Don't go whole hog and get burnt out on it. Work on it a little bit at a time. It's like start preparing to run a marathon. You don't go out there and start sprinting around the track. You start out
good to see you.
And jogging, and you build up your endurance. You do a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. That's what prepping is. You do a little bit more, and you get yourself in shape to prep.
That's a good idea. And it's also, if you don't want to rush and make any mistakes, I was having a little conversation with Peavy about water containers and how to, and not how to, but how I was thinking about storing water. I was thinking, well, milk bottles, I'll empty them out, clean it, and then I'll just fill it with water. And then people went, nah, it's still going to have a little film on it, on the top of it. So you might think, oh, I'm going to save up all these bottles, containers, and then find out in the end that they're contaminated.
Yeah. Hey, Shadow, Dioris was looking for the link. You want me to drop it for him?
I put it in his Instagram.
Instagram, okay.
But he didn't.
He may be working on it.
Yeah, probably.
He may be on the road again, driving.
Yeah.
Could be a good idea to store water though, but I mean, I wasn't going to store loads of water, milk bottle with loads of water. I was just thinking as an idea, and could be a good idea just to try and what kind of containers are good for storing water, and what kind of containers are not.
Yeah.
Generally, what I found that here in what we have here for the milk jugs here in America, the 1 gallon soft, crinkly plastic jugs, they don't last long.
No, they don't.
And even the more durable ones for like you getting the distilled water from the store in, those don't last so long as well either. I have a bunch that I used to use distilled water for my humidifier in the wintertime. And so 2 years ago, I filled up a whole bunch of them and I got them in the extra bathtub, which nobody uses. And I went in there and it's like, wait a minute, this one's half empty. And it cracked and it was just sitting there and it cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got to look around. Sometimes you'll find places having their spring sale or their fall sale on the water cubes or the 5 gallon or 10 gallon jugs, food grade heavy duty jugs for water. I know. Is Kaylin Strain in here? Yeah, Kaylin Strain's in here.
Yeah, she popped in.
She has the little bricks, the water bricks she stores in her apartment. So
I'll say to people, if anyone's, when it comes to water, get the dedicated water storage containers. And if you can't,
exactly.
A good cheap option would be to get some army surplus military water cans.
Yeah.
And they are, the British ones anyway, are super robust. They come in many colours, jerry can type containers. They're 20 litres each. So
Yeah.
they mainly green ones for petrol or gasoline. Green ones with a yellow tag on for diesel. Pretty obvious, basics really. And the black ones are normally water. And like I say, they're super robust, dirt cheap. If you don't get them, go for as high grade quality one as possible. Obviously, BPA free. That should be a given these days. Glass is good, but it's fragile. Stainless steel is good, expensive. There's a lot of pros and cons, but a good, robust, plastic container.
Yeah.
Winner. And,
now, depending where you're at, I know here in the United States we have the IBC totes, the international shipping, 270 gallons. I forget how many liters that is. It has both markings on the side, or the 330 gallon ones. I'm lucky here where I'm at. I got a distillery up the road here, and I can go up there and pick one of those totes up, a 275 gallon tote for $60. I can store it in my shop.
That's a good price.
They're relatively cheap here, as where you go. But you're talking about the ones with the big mesh around the outside.
Yeah, with the cage around it.
Yeah,
and you use like a pallet jack to move it around.
Yeah, store it. Yeah. I mean, the size of them is the thing.
And what's neat about it is that little cage under it, it's up off the concrete, so you're not going to get chemical reaction through the plastic like happens with you.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, people, if people are considering the immediate danger aspect of things, then you can adopt some sort of adhere to some general principles. Staying calm to begin with, because panic clouds your judgment. Take deep breath to focus. Keep breathing. And then no knee-jerk type reactions. Assess the situation, identify the threat, start thinking about its timeline and your resources, i.e., the location, supplies, communication, that sort of thing. Then you're looking into things like prioritizing safety, protecting yourself, your family. Do you evacuate? Do you seek shelter? Or do you defend? But staying informed is key.
Yeah.
Again, it comes all down to your information streams that we said multiple times through previous episodes of Shadow Streams.
Yeah.
Got to keep the information flow going, because if you don't, you're in the dark, and all you've got to go from is what you see and hear, and that's it, with your eyes and ears.
One of the things I want to add to that is, all right, you need to write all your ideas down. You need to come up with a plan, because if you don't have a written plan, you're planning to fail. One of the things that we used when I was working construction is it was an Excel spreadsheet timeline, and we had all the different colored lines going across, and this one started here, ran to there, the next one started over here, did to this, and like that. So you had the most prioritized ones were at the top and came first. Yeah. And sometimes there were breaks in it, so you could work on something else in between. And as far as a construction project, because you can't work on something, you can't just, we're laying pipe first. No, you got to dig the hole first. You got to bring in the rock to put under the pipe. You got all the things you have to do in order. And sometimes prepping, you got to do things in order. But there were also things that we had on there for quickie stuff. When something came on, like we had estimated out how much stuff cost, and all of a sudden they found out, oh, wait a minute, this company here has the pipe on sale. We're going to go ahead and get the pipe and store it somewhere else, and then bring it out to the job site. And so if you find stuff on sale for your preps that's in your line, but you're not thinking, no, I'm not going to get it till next year.
Yeah.
But it's on 20% off sale now, you got to make adjustments. And that's why you budget a little bit extra for sale items.
Talking about sales, this is a fantastic time now to get tents, things to do with camping, because right now, because it's summer, coming up to summer, they're not going to be really you know, they're going to have a lot of stuff from last year.
Yeah, they sell. They put tents, sleeping bags for sale now.
Yeah.
That were last year's
winter stuff, winter camp, winter tent. You know, having good sales at the moment, and might be worth looking into if you haven't got a tent.
Yeah. The other thing too is if you're not worried about something immediately, put it down on the to-do list in August and September. Look for tents on sale, because my wife picked up a tent at Walmart, a 8-man tent for $50.
That's a good price.
Normally $300. They wanted it out. They didn't want to store it, and she happened to walk in there, and it was, you know, there were like 4 of them. They dropped it down. She grabbed one. I told her you should have grabbed 2.
Yeah.
But yeah,
for that price, yeah,
something like that. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to tighten my belt on something else this month.
You'd be surprised how quick stuff like that could just disappear off the shelves. If all of a sudden there was like, what? Right, we've got to leave the city. Like, you know, all of a sudden people would want some kind of shelter, some kind of backpack, some kind of stove, some kind of torch, some kind of. It goes on the list, you know. So.
Yeah. Well, this is
the Fire Horse. Good to see you, ma'am.
So I was saying about one of the key priorities now is to monitor your information streams, see what's coming, so you can get a maximum lead-up time possible. Jump ahead of the gun. Start everyone else. Beat the crowds. You know, if you want to survive and you have to escape, then that's your priority. Get out. You don't want to leave it to the last minute and be amongst the rest of the idiots trying to scramble over and kill each other, trampling each other, you know. So
an example of that, PV, is what's going on here in the U.S. with the China and tariffs and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? They one of the American Automotive Association blogs thing put out, all these cars are going to be costing so much more in so many months, and all of a sudden sales spiked on those cars. People were thinking about usually they'll try to buy a car on the cheap in December, because that's end of the year, and they're trying to clear out the old stock.
Hey, Darren, good to see you.
And all of a sudden they said they just, people are buying new cars like you wouldn't believe right now, because they don't want to pay the extra once the tariffs kick in.
Yeah, exactly. And so the first step, information monitoring and stuff like that. I mean, personally, I use apps, I use websites. The government alert system is enabled on my phone. I can't see why people wouldn't have it done.
Yeah.
I'd want to be alerted as early as possible if something was happening. So again, it gives me lead up time to act. There is forums. I say forums because on the build up to COVID, the first I heard of it was through a Vietnamese guy on a forum, and that got me thinking and investigating. And it was because of that, it all stems back from that one conversation with this Vietnamese guy, and because of that, I ordered a load of top-up gear for a sick room, some gowns, extra masks, and stuff like this. And it's what I'm talking about lead-up time, because literally a week after all this stuff arrived, it was all then deeply controlled and restricted by the government, and I couldn't, other people couldn't get it.
Yeah.
So, and we at that stage, we didn't know what was coming. It was this big scary story, so and then all these videos from China with people shaking and rolling around the floor in pain and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, so we didn't know it was coming. So, and if it was as bad as they depicted and all these horror stories and so on, with a high mortality rate, 5% plus, then I think if you had that lead at time and you got those things in time ahead of the curve, you would be glad and you would be in a better position. This is why I say, lead up time and pre-warning is everything. And if it's not, then that clock is ticking faster and faster to you, and you can quite easily go into panic mode.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Interesting on that, you say, blogs and stuff. Dave over at Southern Ohio Prepping he monitors foreign news stations because they report differently than they do here in the U.S. And he was monitoring a couple that monitor China outside of China, so they report stuff that China doesn't want to report, but they're reporting it. And he called me up early October of 2019 and said, "Hey, this is what's coming down." And so, I was hearing about it from him before I was hearing about it from some of the other sources I have. Yeah. And because he was monitoring a news station that was monitoring China.
I think I got inklings from this guy in late December 2019. Yeah. But, as we said with other streams, you've got to carry out a series of sort of alternate confirmation to make sure that information is valid. And as you said there, I would Western news agencies, they're sensationalizing things. They don't really prioritize the interests and all this sort of stuff that we want to hear. So go direct to the foreign websites, foreign news things. Yeah. I use let's have a look. I use a website called Paperboy. And on the Paperboy website, you can pick any country in the world and go to the local newspaper of whatever region in that country. And what I've seen is that I tend to find that the first couple of reports that come out of an incident are the most truthful before they start to get elaborated and snowballs out of all sensationalized proportion. So forums, news sites, on the grapevine, word of mouth, it all builds up to someone's picture of what could be coming around the corner, and that will contribute then to your sort of next action, which will be self-analysis of the subject. You can get as much information as you can, about something, but how do you interpret it? How do you analyze it? Is it valid? Is it going to blow over? And so on and so on. So that's the very fine line of a sort of slow burn event that's on the horizon coming towards you. On the flip side of that, I think the more dangerous scenario is the quick burn scenario where something is immediately on you. I mean, I'm talking within a 2 to 4 hour period, something is coming your way and you haven't really got time to go and do your top-up prep shop or go to your top-up water preps. It's literally a case of, look, stop, assess the situation, prioritize things, safety, preps, location. Are you going to stay? Are you going to go? And then once you confirm it is coming and, something is about to happen, what do you do with it? You've got to...
that's like tornadoes here in the U.S. and in the Midwest. I mean, sometimes they get maybe 30-minute warning that a tornado is touching down.
Exactly, yeah, that's the sort of thing. And do people, responsible people out there, they should be able to disseminate the information, not to keep it but to themselves. Communicate it to your friends, group, neighbors, and so on and so on. And then you could be in a situation where, your immediate action when that clock is ticking is to grab your bug out bag or grab a evacuation bag with food, water, and so on. ID kit, first aid kit, etc. And then get to safety.
Yeah.
As in, a classic example, the tsunamis that hit China and the Ring of Fire, for instance. You're literally... You're literally talking about 10-minute sort of warning time there.
The earthquake hits, and the first thing people in certain places like Indonesia and Japan and stuff they look at the ocean. Okay, is the water receding? Oh, the water's receding. Okay, we're running uphill. Just go. They just grab kids and stuff, and they start running.
And training, as I said, training is a big part of it. In the army, we used to regularly do something called the helicopter underwater escape trainer. It's a helicopter that simulates ditching in darkness, rolls you upside down, all this sort of stuff, and you've got to escape. And
the e-ticket ride one.
Yeah, the training aspect of it is, they always taught you to do minimum four. Remember four things, 5 things. Brace for the impact, hold on, orientate yourself, so you know which way is up and which way to escape to. Wait for the engines to stop, rotors to stop, and things like that, and then evacuate. So if you can part of someone's immediate action or list or training plan could be to just remember, certain key words of a series of actions, especially for your kids and stuff like this, and you can add the fun factor in and stuff like that. Yeah.
Good idea. All the more reason to have those drills every now and then.
Well, this is the military. This is a reason why the military do these sorts of things, because it works basically. And stuff first aid. We used to get taught various aspects of first aid, obviously in the army. And one thing that everybody remembers of that sort of era was breathing, bleeding, breaks and burns. The 4 Bs. And those sorts of mnemonics stay with you. That's why keywords make it more simplistic, and they trigger off memories of subsequent actions to carry out. So they are very useful, and I would say to people, do it. Same with bombs. You come across a suspected device somewhere. Another 4, couple of keywords: confirm, communicate, coordinate, and control. So in those things. So you confirm what it is, you communicate to other people, and so on. It goes on, and you can put all these little sort of keywords into every aspect of everything to do with prepping. I like them because I use them a lot.
These little details can save people's lives, save your life as well.
Yeah, they can do. Yeah. And the key thing is about it all is in the heat of panic, in the heat of the moment, when your brain is bombarded with information, especially these flash immediate events. What do? This is the sort of like the conundrum that many sort of analysts talk about. Why do people survive? There's certain people who automatically inbuilt within the fight or flight survival.
Here you go. The World War II OODA loop.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah,
I've looked at that.
Observe, orient, decide, act.
For me, that's too procedural. I would never use that system at all.
Yeah.
I would never go. To me, I've got to sit there and say, right, I'm observing. Now I've got to orientate myself. Now I've got to decide. Right, I should act now. That's just not the way my brain works. For instance, it probably work for other people.
What's so funny is one of the guys that came up with this was in the United States. He was a naval aviator, and he came up with this. And they said they called him 30-second whatever his name was. And if someone went after somebody in 30 seconds, he'd shoot him down. Even if the person came up on their tail end, in 30 seconds he would have reversed it, because he immediately had this down so that's what I'm looking for. Muscle memory for the brain. It was just, he was on it all the time. And so he wasn't, what do I do? He had everything down with boom, 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 boom. And he was able to react because he trained his brain to do this quickly all the time.
I think that works. That system would probably work well as a template for multiple scenarios.
Yeah.
Obviously that's what it's designed for. You can also use things that are specific to specific scenarios with that overlaid on top. And again, I think it'll probably come down to time frames, how well you train, how well you use that all the time, and so on. But like I say, the fight or flight system within people, You literally don't know how you're going to react off the cuff if something unexpected is happening. And like I said, it's a conundrum to various analysts that have interviewed people who have survived various events as to why did that person survive. And sometimes it came down to split-second actions or decisions. And some people are faced with things that are so shocking to look at that are out of their scope of reference. They just stare at it, and as the seconds are going by, they're trying to comprehend what they're seeing, as opposed to others which just naturally do something, act.
I remember a scene in the movie. Sorry, PB. I remember a scene in a movie. I think it was Alien 2, when the Wrigley, what's her name, that Sigourney Weaver, was going back with the crew, with this army crew. They had the latest weaponry. They had the latest technology. They had a ship that was able to have another ship on it, a smaller ship that was able to go down to this planet. Anyway, cut a long story short, there was this sort of the head of the team. I don't know if you remember that film. He completely froze in a situation that was totally shocking to him. He didn't know what to do.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that scene? And then that woman had to sort of take over and say, "Come on, let's go and get them." And he just sort of froze.
Yeah, that was it was Lieutenant, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, this sort of thing. I mean, that was probably another example of what I call pre-exposure. And this I think pre-exposure, pre-training to specific events can speed up the process of snapping out of a sort of comprehensive trance. If you know what I mean?
Right.
Trying to look at something and think to yourself, what am I seeing? And your brain trying to make sense of a 50-foot wave coming towards you out of the blue.
Yeah.
You can speed that process up to going straight to acting, doing something by pre-exposing yourself to knowing what could happen in that location, knowing the effects, knowing what kind of destruction, knowing what time frames you've got to deal with, knowing how long it's going to take you to get the high ground, which you should have looked at previously, and so on and so on. It's like it's like going to a hotel room and immediately, one of the first things I do is go and recce the fire escape and all this sort of stuff, as opposed to the fire alarm goes off, you storm out your hotel room, you're looking left and right, and all these valuable seconds are eating through your escape time, So pre-exposure, pre-training, and people don't have to go on courses to do all this sort of stuff. It's a case of you can do map wreckage, you can play scenarios out, watch videos, films, all this sort of low-level stuff.
What about expectations, Jill? Something of people might think it's going to be a walk in the park. Have you got anything? Do you know anything? About people's expectations, not to expect to be having great dinners, expect to be having great nights, and or PV, what do you think about that? You don't expectations.
Yeah, well, that's more of an after event sort of action,
right.
In that scenario. But yeah, I mean, it depends how well you are prepared. I mean, if you've got a family of 4 and you've got, say, you barely scrimped together 2 weeks worth of food based on 1 meal a day for everybody, and then you've survived the initial disaster event, and then all your family are looking at you thinking, what's for dinner? And they say, right, 1 meal a day now. The morale of the factor is going to go through the floor then. It doesn't help things. So pre-informing people what the score is will be a good factor.
Let them go through it would be a good idea. Let's go to instead of going to a hotel, let's go to the outdoors.
Yeah.
Let's cook up a camping stove tonight. no internet. I mean, your children might be upset, but you know, it might be a good idea to train them to know what it's like.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, you go through it with each other.
Scottish Prepper 73, good to see you again.
Scottish Prepper, do some sort of after action review and talk through, and what else do we need? Oh, we need 2 meals a day, Dad. Right, okay, we'll get 2 meals a day, and then it just feeds on from there.
Yeah.
But
there are basically 4 types of people that I've noticed in emergencies. The largest group is the, freeze.
Yeah.
What do I do? What do I do?
Panic.
Then there's the fight or the flight. So that's the next 2 groups, type of people. And the very few, like maybe 1%, is the wait and see. These are the ones that are so cool and so our brains are always going. It's like, wait a minute. Let's see what's going to happen here first. Am I going to fight? Am I going to flee? Or am I just going to sit back with my beer and watch? And I've run into all 4 types in emergency situations. And yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. A good title for a book. Staying Cool in SHTF.
Hey, Venerable Al, good to see you,
How
brother.
to stay cool. How to look cool. No, how to stay cool in SHTF.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like, I got my beer. I'm cool. I'm watching. Well, wait a minute. Hold my beer. I got to take care of something here.
There's a common set of things you can do, that are pretty generic, pretty basic for such events. Slow burn, long, quick burn, etc. That's what I'll call them anyway. So first one is mentally prepared. You're mentally prepared for what you are likely to face. First of all, I mean, there's obviously going to be situations and events which you can't be mentally prepared for, but if you are prepared for generic things, then you're halfway there anyway. It's better to be mentally prepared than not mentally prepared, and have a good robust mindset and so on. So practice things like situational awareness, to react faster to emergency crisis. Know the signs to look for. If you're in a crowd of people and something looks out of the ordinary, maybe it is. So then start to look at what could possibly be the thing. So mentally preparedness. Have a good, robust mental mindset. I've seen people that have literally almost broken down because their cars crashed. At the end of the day, it's just a piece of equipment. You're covered, you're insured, etc., etc. Mental preparedness. Be a bit robust about it. I know you shouldn't say to people, get a grip, but people should be mentally getting a grip now.
Yeah.
Because there's probably no counselling on the lead up to any of this sort of stuff, and there probably isn't after anyway. So be mentally prepared. Know how to react faster in certain sort of events. Next one, have an emergency kit. At least have a basic emergency kit. An evacuation bag, go bag, I'm not coming home bag, whatever it is. If you're in the office, get a home bag with the essentials. Water, some power bars or something like that on the go. First aid kit. You might want some eye protection, some hand protection, good robust shoes that will get you on foot to back home. So it's something like a good emergency kit, really good one. Know your area. So I don't know, 5 mile zone. Know how to get back without a vehicle, without transportation. You might want to have a map with you in your bag, but learn what the local risks are, the flood zones, the high tide marks, the low tide marks, fault lines. Evacuation routes. all this sort of no way you can get a signal on your phone, no way you can't get a signal on your phone. And then, get to know your community, coordinate people with neighbours, get to know your neighbours for a start. There's many people out there who just don't even talk to their neighbours for a start off. They don't even know their names, don't know what they do, so on, because one of the principles of defence, for instance, is mutual support. It all plays into this bigger picture of, surviving, and continuation. Because, you could be isolated. You don't want to talk too much about it to friends and neighbours because they might not be on board, but there may not be that many events which you're never going to come back from. Most of them, it will be a recoverable thing. And then make sure you are fit and healthy, you're physically able to run, walk, climb, get yourself out of danger, pull yourself out of danger on your own, not rely on other people because there may not be someone else around. You might want to keep an amount of medication, if you're on medication, with you to help you see you through getting home, for instance. Have some sort of comms with battery powered. It's all basic stuff, really. Obviously, a power bank for your phone and so on and so on. There's many things you can do, but the basic key considerations that people should be looking for. These is what I always say to people. Once you've got the basics covered, you are a long way there. Because a lot of people I've seen, they haven't got the basics covered. They haven't got the basic knowledge. Most of them are living in dreamland, if they are even awake at all. It's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people are. How is it? They're romanticizing SHTF.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, especially in movies.
Yeah.
I think it's just preppers. There's a lot of preppers that are romanticizing it, and you see on their channels or videos. It's like, really?
Yeah. It's all a big fantasy. Yeah.
I call them armchair preppers.
Yeah.
Once you've had to sleep on the floor, and you've never had the sleep that you imagined that you was going to have. You're going to get the wake-up call. It's not going to be a walk in the park.
No, it will not.
It's not.
People,
I got something just popping back. I got to stop. Sorry, PB.
God.
Some of those armchair preppers, as you call them, stuff. You see in the video, they're like 80 pounds overweight, 100 pounds overweight. I got this, man. I'm going to be doing that. And it's like, yeah, I want to see you get out there with your 100-pound pack and start hoofing it for 8 hours in a day and see what happens to you.
They're
not in shape.
Make it.
They're not in shape. They've never practiced anything. They read. Oh, I read. I know. So I'm prepared. They buy the latest, greatest gadgets. Never tested them. Don't know if they really work or not. It's like, no. They're going to find out because I've bought stuff. First thing I do, I test it. It's like, this is crap. Throw it out.
Yeah, I'm surprised there ain't I'm surprised there ain't more kind of like sort of clubs where people sort of get together and say, right, we're going to sort of test our gear, or we're going to show people how to test their gear or use their gear, or even emphasize things like fitness and point it out and say, well, where are you going? You've got a 150-pound pack. I just bought it out of the trunk. Yeah, but what if you had to carry it?
Yeah. What if you can't even get it into the trunk? What if you're in the house and things go totally, and you got to go?
It's like you don't even have to be in the preparedness mindset for this sort of subject to be pertinent. If you're lying there at 3 a.m. and the burglar alarm suddenly goes off, what are your immediate actions? Do you think, I'll just turn it off because it's a false alarm? Do you go downstairs and search the house? Do you retreat to your survival room, or your safe room, and so on? These, going back to a simplistic scenario which anyone could be exposed to, burglary, is another example of having some sort of immediate action in case of. So and have contingencies for it. Actions, equipment.
Okay, and take care. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate
Cheers,
it.
Anne.
Later, Ann.
Catch you in a bit.
I got a couple for you, PV, to think about.
Yeah, go on.
A hazardous release in your community.
Yep. So people should know by now, within 5 or 6 miles, they should know their general area. This is the build-up of information that people should be aware of where they live. So they should be aware of, is there a toxic industrial hazard 2 minutes down the road? Do they live next to a nuclear power station? What's the downwind hazard? What are the prevailing winds? In the event of something like happening, where you're going to go to? Have you got respirators to mitigate this sort of thing? Decontamination equipment, monitoring equipment. Most people probably won't have, and if they do have it, will probably be stuffed in a drawer or a box or a tub somewhere.
Yeah.
So
haven't tested it yet.
Haven't tested it yet. Incorrectly maintained, incorrectly stored. They get the respirator out of the box and it's been squashed and it doesn't fit their face properly. All these sort of things. So people should know their local area.
Yeah.
It's just like the sort of the lower tier of the prepping triangle, whatever you want to call it, if you like, fitness and all this sort of stuff. Know your area, know the pattern of life in your area, what's unusual, what isn't unusual, what to look out for.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if you have the same problem we have here in the U.S. with railroads.
Go on.
The railroads are so big, so stretched. I mean, you've got thousands of miles of railroads going, just going straight across the country. But then you got all the different way they go. The railroad map is insane here, and everything goes on rail as well as truck. But there's always something happening where a rail car doesn't get pulled offline to get maintenance on it, and on the trucks underneath, the bearing seizes up and it locks up, or the axle breaks, whatever. And there's been tankers of hazardous materials dumped into creeks, and when that stuff mixes with the water, now they got this foggy green death-killing gas floating downhill. And it's not, usually there's nothing there, but something happens. There's been ones where in city, a train's going along and some stupid truck pulls up onto the tracks, doesn't want to stop behind it, gets up on the tracks waiting for the signal to come, and traffic's doing stuff, and all of a sudden here comes the train, and the train hits it, and then the train derails and just has traffic, 5 mile long thing of cars falling over, and they got crap spilling out. That's kind of hard to know your area to prep for. Otherwise, there's a train track here. We haven't had an accident here in 30 years, but you never know when.
We've got
wasn't there one recently in America that actually spilled like a load of toxic stuff, and it was really bad?
Probably.
Yeah, there was
all the time.
I mean, there's been several here, and probably I would say there's been one a year, major one here in the U.S., where there's been a train derailment and nasty crap comes out. Yes, you can count on Kalen, the big one.
Yeah,
the big one.
East Palestine, yeah. The escaping material got torched.
Yeah, they started burning it. The idiots said, we're just going to burn this off, not realizing, hey, if you burn it, now you got this other nasty toxic going.
Yeah.
Was that the one? It was a big one, yeah.
But then there was the one that they didn't burn. It just dumped several carloads into a river, and it went through several states where it just killed everything.
We have got an extensive road, rail, waterway network here. The problem with
hey Tracy, good to see you, man.
problem with any sort of toxic industrial hazard, poisonous gas cloud, something that's really nasty and a quick killer, is the fact that you won't know anything's happening until either you hear it on radio. If you hear it on the radio, you're probably lucky because you could be lucky because you could be downwind. So at least you're getting lead up time because you heard it on the radio.
And how many people listen to the news radio anymore?
Well, exactly.
Not many.
As time diminishes, your lead up time to knowing what's coming diminishes. You will probably, worst case scenario, apart from dying, is the fact that you get an emergency alert.
Yeah.
You get an emergency alert, you're really in the zone. Apart from that, it's just like any sort of chemical immediate action drill, really. The first indications you're going to see, because you haven't got any detection equipment, is things dying around you. You're feeling the effects. You'll probably feel the effects first in two ways, either through your eyes, eye irritation, adios, or through breathing, basically. Apart from that, well, watching, observing animals dying and stuff like this, yeah, it's going to be nasty. where are you, Dios?
Doris, did you get hurt falling down or something?
Nah, I'm opening up the garage door.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing some yard work around here. Just got done treating my gas. Like I bought some fresh gasoline last week. I just didn't have a chance to put my usual fuel additives like I normally put on there. Like fuel stabilizers, water absorbers, octane boosts. I just got done doing that, and I'm gonna be finishing up cleaning up this backyard. Got a tree that I'm cutting up. Yeah, get that tree turned into firewood. The tree that I cut down was sitting up against the shed.
Right, so if people want to look at various websites to give you sort of lead up time as to what's happening in your area, I'll give you two examples. One is a disasteralert.pdc.org. It gives you a map of the world, and you can zoom into any area of the world and see what events have happened in the last week.
You are breaking up, PV.
Am I breaking up?
You sound a little bit robotic.
Right, am I now?
So, give us a 3 count or a 5 count.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a on the end on the end.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a kind of like a static towards the end.
Yeah.
Oh, I really hear some static now.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds even worse. I hear some serious.
That sounds even worse. It sounds like PV have some issues with.
Yeah, his mic's not plugged in right or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Style of music. That's what a house didgeridoo style.
Oh, there we go. Sounds better now.
There we go.
Yeah.
It sounded like house didgeridoo. You know that was about instrument. Okay. He's back now.
Almost sounded like he was in a mechanical room.
You there, PV?
Let's see.
Testing.
We've been attacked
Yeah,
by
I can hear him.
How's that?
Sound a little faint, but I can still hear you.
Right, I'll talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
No, you're all right now.
Oh, I'm all
Now
right
you sound all right.
Well, you went sort of further away, and then you went closer, and you sounded all right.
now. Right. It's got a dodgy set of headphones. These are the standby ones. My primary ones broke a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't had the opportunity to get a new pair, so I've got to hold them in a certain way.
The clock is ticking.
What was we talking about?
I mean, you guys were briefly talking about the train wreck over there in Palestine, Ohio.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about hazards in the area, and you were talking about hazards.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. These mics.
Okay.
Yeah. Poor Pumpkin got scared over there on Kaylin's place.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, I can't emphasize this enough. Write stuff down.
Yeah.
You come up
That
with
is
an
a good
idea,
point.
write it down.
I was about to say that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to forget
yeah.
things if you don't write it down.
Even simple things like food prices, like oil, or the food that you've seen the price of olive oil recently just gone sky high.
Yeah.
And
if you make a preparedness plan, or I should say a get preparedness plan, where you're figuring out, I need to get this, it's all the stuff you need to get, and build a timeline for it. Budget it out. Say, okay, I can set aside, $15 a month for preps. I can do this, and just start setting it out and start working on it. Don't think it's set in stone. It's got to be flexible, because something's on sale. Okay, yeah, you're going to spend a little less money. Pull it from your savings and wait till your savings back up before you start stocking up again. There are things you can do to try to beat the countdown clock. To do it, and you so long as if you set it up and you start working on it, and you get in the habit of picking something up, looking at prices, doing everything, you'll save money. You'll all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, I'm getting there, and then you're not getting discouraged, you're getting encouraged, because you're surprising yourself by what you find you have, and realizing, okay, I've got this and this, and you keep working on it.
Hello, 1 2 1 2.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Right, there you go. I've got my third standby out.
Yeah. One of the things to do is, you have a timeline development plan for getting prepared, but you also need to have another plan called a base plan, and then you have your response plans. Your base plan is simply what you need to survive: water, food, medicine, clothing. Communication has an addendum for a communication plan to be able to communicate with family members and stuff. And you start building that, and that is the basis on which all your response plans are on. You have a response for a hurricane. You have a response plan for riots. You have a response plan for earthquakes. But your base plan is how you basically survive, and then your response to how you're going to respond to it. So I know it sounds complicated, but once you get into it and start doing stuff, it makes it a whole lot easier.
I've got a question for everyone on everyone on the panel and in the chat. 10 things to wean yourself off before SHTF situation. What are the top 10 things that we have to wean ourselves off?
Sugar.
Facebook.
Smoking, drinking, gambling.
Sugar.
Because during SHTF, if people get stressed out, during SHTF, you might not be able to get those things. Like people just said, drinking, smoking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jill said.
number one in every deployment I've been to, smoking has been a key factor. As soon as someone runs out of cigarettes in times of stress and hardship, they really suffer.
Oh, yeah.
And there's one right behind that. And a lot of you aren't going to like it. Coffee.
Oh, yeah.
You see someone who drinks several cups of coffee, then all of a sudden they don't have any coffee.
Yeah, they get furious. You should see Steve Corsair trainers when you don't have coffee.
This is very serious. This is very serious. What we're saying here, you know, it's could be the difference between life or death. It could even be someone on a life support machine.
Yeah,
you know, weaning yourself off could mean lots of different things, from smoking to drinking. But life support machine, refrigeration, like the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
Anything addictive. And reliance on the things that aren't basically essential, because those things that aren't basically essential could be gone.
Yeah. I've done several videos on it. You know, get rid of your vices now. And besides we talk coffee, drinking, tobacco, stuff, gambling. Some people just got to gamble. Some people have got to be on Facebook, and that's why I said Facebook right off that. Because you see these people on Facebook. I got to make sure I got to get 1,000 more followers. I got to, and they waste so much time on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram.
I don't have Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. I have YouTube. Yeah. People need to wean themselves off going to the ATM machine, wean themselves off using the mobile phone. Eventually, I mean, we're not going to just run off into the hills and just call each other up. Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm just having a campfire. My solar panel just charging up a little bit of the phone, but how long is that going to last?
Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily discount these things, because social media is a good warning method and system.
Yeah. But
use it wisely.
What if it all gets shut down and we've got nothing? You know, I mean, like Einstein said, the Fourth World War will be with sticks. What if we go back to being cave people?
Yeah, like you said, Fourth War fought with sticks and stones.
Thing is with these methods,
good to see you, brother.
The thing is with these methods, social media and stuff like this,
good though,
is you've got to use them for what they're for. You know, they're a means to an end. Use them for your early warning. Use them to connect with people, but don't live with them. Don't get addicted to them. Don't waste all your time. You know, people out there, don't waste your time, you know, constantly looking for things that are just at the end of the day meaningless.
Yeah.
Because they're all designed, this is the trap people get into. They're all specifically designed to keep you scrolling and looking at the endless scroll. And the longer you're doing that, you know, people, they're employing psychologists and all sorts of specialists to keep you doing this. Use it for your own devices. You know, use it for your early warning systems and to connect with people. Yeah. That's it. But go away and do something better with your time.
I was gonna say Twitter X is actually pretty good for getting news now.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen multiple events that have happened, and they've been up to a day before.
Yeah, and actually, I do like using that Grok app on X, because actually you get some pretty good. Like, obviously, you still got to do your own due diligence and, you know, just double check and verify, but you can get a good synopsis on key topics with the Grok app.
Grok's good. Grok 3. And she's got a voice now as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Go to Grok voice, Grok 3 voice mode. And you can just, instead of taking ages typing your question in or whatever, you speak into it and instantly, bang, you get a text version, and the response is quite good actually. And she'll even sing a song to you.
I like the comments in the side chat there about ham radio.
Yeah.
even
ham radio.
World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam, ham radio allowed for communications between people here in the U.S. and troops across, overseas. And yeah,
we've still got a system, ham radio system, an emergency system here called RayNet, which is all amateur radio operators who belong to groups around the country. Each group is part of a RayNet system, and basically what it is they, in the event of a complete sort of communication infrastructure shutdown, they can initiate these RayNet groups to go out and provide some sort of backbone system to communicate from one town to another and so on. And they do get regularly practiced. They use these RayNet groups for things like local marathons, sporting events, and stuff like this. But yeah, CB radio and any form of radio communication. If you can plug it onto a 12-watt battery, or you've got the means to charge your system, then you're good to go.
Yeah, here in the US, there are two primary groups. ARES, which is the Amateur Radio Emergency Services, and RACES, which is the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Services. And then there is, I just lost the acronym on it. It's the one where the amateur radio guys work with the military. MARS, the MARS group.
Right.
And so there are three ones in the U.S. here that are the groups to work with. Generally, the MARS group, to get into it, you got to apply with the military, and you get a military clearance. And but they generally want you involved in one of the other ones first.
Yeah, as Mehdi says there, you got to consider the ECM aspect to it, jamming, and not only getting jammed.
Considering jamming, what's the event that's going to be causing it to be jamming?
Well, jamming. Keep thinking about jamming.
Yeah, jamming. What's going to cause the ham radio to be jammed?
Hang on. You mean Bob Marley jamming? Like?
No.
No. ECM.
I want to jam it with you. Every day we pay the price. Give a love and sacrifice.
That's a form of jamming.
The jam is through. Is that one? Oh, sorry. Are you talking about CB radios?
Yeah, no, talking ham radio.
Ham radio.
Any ham radio.
And thing is, ham radio covers such a huge spectrum of frequencies, depending on the level of your license. Trying to jam them all is going to be practically impossible.
What's that continual noise I can hear?
I'm not sure what that cheek noise
like
is.
David
I have no idea.
Soon.
It sounds like yours or someone.
Bird.
Oh.
The background noise is the parakeet bird.
Jamming is.
I am trimming back the trumpet that's overgrown.
Yeah. Electronic warfare is not high on anybody's list for the United States.
Oh, definitely it should be. It definitely should be.
No, when I say for government, I'm saying Homeland Security, Department of Defense, the jamming of ham radios and stuff for electronic warfare is way down on the list.
I would advise people to consider electronic warfare as a number one priority to think about if you've got a ham radio or receiver radio, because it not only encompasses jamming, it encompasses interception, direction finding, analysis. So one of my jobs was electronic warfare. That's why
yeah.
So jamming would be, or it should be, to the jammer, the last resort, because the immediate sort of, if someone knows what they're doing, the immediate action would be to intercept what you're talking about and take every bit of information, what it's worth, analyze it, and try to exploit it. So the interceptor will be thinking about where they are, what their effectiveness is, their intentions, what the makeup of the group is, so on, so on. So they're building up a picture of you, your location, and how vulnerable you can be, so they can at some point come and take you on, steal your goods, attack you, and so on and so on. The next step from there would be to identify where you are, and I'd suggest to people that direction finding electronically would be out of the scope for many people. It would just be too hard to do. You wouldn't have the resources really. So knowing your location would come from the exploitation of the information you're giving away on the radio. So watch what you're saying, etc. And then at the point where they've done all that, the natural progression would be to jam you and disrupt you.
Yeah.
Jamming isn't just a case of completely blocking out your transmission. It's disruption techniques, making it.
Could be just tying up the radio station.
Yep, tying it up, denying you the channel, denying you the frequency, or making it so difficult for you to speak and get your message across. Could be a form of jamming.
Yeah, I was looking into that Russian one is depending on how powerful the particular stations are, they have a maximum range of 5,000 miles they can jam from their base. So
it's quite easy to jam people. It's quite easy. Rule of thumb: you need up to 50 times the transmit power over the top of someone if you're going to completely blank them out. But if someone wants to avoid jamming, use HF. That is a really good sort of.
But the only time that you got to worry about jamming is when there's like World War III, and then there's a lot of other things to worry about besides your radio being jammed temporarily.
Well, you see, here in UK, for instance, now, up until 3 or 4 months ago, there was a station that was jamming CB radio, channel 19, for about 2 years. Don't know why they did it, who it was, or whatever it is. And what they were doing is, channel 19, which was the call-in channel for everyone who doesn't know what channel 19
is. Well, that's the way it is here in the US.
Right. So for anyone not understanding channels, 40, is on average 40 channels, and you just pipe up on channel 19 is sort of like the generic meetup channel. Then once you establish who you want to speak to, then you go on to a different channel, free up channel 19 for someone else. And so this station was, he was obviously on an amplifier because you can hear him around the country, and he was playing a constant monkey noise. It was like a chimpanzee crying out all the time. Blatant jamming, blatant disruption, and particularly on CB, it's easy to do because you get an amp on the CB, it'll use a huge volume of power and a huge volume of spectrum, and it's it's a blanket jamming technique, really. So and there's a lot of people who probably would do the same thing. All you got to do is be next to, in quite a near proximity to someone else.
Hey, Emily, good to see you, man.
You're listening to them talk away. All you have to do is press the button, to push the
the
button,
PTT.
and you're potentially disrupting their transmission, limiting their range, completely blocking them out, and so on and so on. So amateur radio, ham radio, in not only SHCF but now, should be thinking about electronic warfare all the time. It's a definite threat and persistent one.
It's just for most preppers, for that, that's probably, like I say, it's way down on the list of things to really worry about. You got so much more to worry about, like making sure you got plenty of water, food, medicine, and then the essentials first before you're worrying about the possibility of somebody on the other side of the world trying to do it, or some idiot up the road trying to take out the CB frequencies. And I don't know. All I know is like when for someone here in the U.S., if there's someone's jamming a frequency like that, you're going to have all the ham radio clubs are going to be doing what's called a it's a hunt, but basically they use their radio scope and they triangulate and they go in and find where it's at. And it happens here in the U.S. They're going to be finding out where that guy is immediately, and they're going to be calling the FCC.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The FCC is going to get involved, and there's going to be some serious trouble with them.
Yeah, I mean, that jamming isn't going to last very long.
Yeah, if they're skilled at it, the problem is you won't know it's jamming. That is due to the various types of transmission, but. Yeah. Anyway, the point is it can be done. There are people with the capability to do it. Whether their priorities are in that area is a different matter. The key.
If it's the government doing the jamming, now you're getting into.
Yeah, I don't think it.
You're getting into the dream scenarios.
It wouldn't be in the government's interest to particularly. Yeah. Do a sweep jam or a spot jam or a blanket jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want information. They suck information.
Yeah, they want you out there talking. They want you talking.
Information. They want everything. Is all about information.
That's what I'm saying. The jamming is the last resort, and you're better off from the attacker's point of view, exploiting as much information as you possible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did quite an extensive video on this.
Welcome back, Venerable Owl.
Venerable Owl. Be careful as well. Even if you think you've got your ham radio, you've got your stuff set up, and you start having a conversation with people. I think people is also saying that as well, to be careful how you communicate as well.
Well, that's the video I'm talking about. It's basically, you don't say. Not many people have got encrypted radios. Not many people have got sped spectrum radios. Not many people will have frequency hopping radios. Radios which are hard to intercept, hard to exploit, etc. So the things you can do. We're slightly going off topic a bit, but things you can do.
I'm gonna jump out of here, but I'm gonna continue listening in the background. I'm gonna start using my lawnmower, so I'm not gonna be able to do much talking here.
No worries, Dios. We'll catch you in a bit.
No worries.
So the number one, you use HF radio in amongst a load of noise. It's harder for sweeping. All right, Dios. Yeah. It's harder for sweep interceptors to pick you up because of the noise levels. Number two, it's got keep the procedures simple, to the point, brief. Anything you don't use names, use call signs. Use call signs which don't reflect what you are. Use code words to mask where you're going. If you're in a situation we have to go on a supply run for some antibiotics, for instance, and you know where they are, and you're sending people out to look for it, or scavenging runs, it gets to this stage. And at this stage, resources are going to be thin on the ground, and there may well be people listening on the radio for others, clinging onto straws or trying to ambush you if they know you're there. And instead of saying things like "I'll meet you at the gas station," you disguise the word "gas station" with another word. Or, "I'll meet you at the whatever big house" and stuff like that. So procedures, keeping it short. It's changing frequency regularly, short transmissions, all this sort of thing. It's a very real threat. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What's talk about the codes and stuff and everything. I've just been rereading a series of novels called "Forgotten Forbidden America" by Thomas A. Watson.
Right.
And even in the first book, they were using codes phrases and stuff. But in the second and third book, whoa, the code phrases were just absolutely. I was on the floor laughing. It's like sex shop. This is orgy. We're all lubed up and we're doing this. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
what?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That was and they were doing that and they explained they were doing that on purpose to totally distract whoever's listening. Go, what? But by the time they realized what was said, they got trying to figure out, well, all right, what did they actually say? What are they talking about? And they used really obscure, mind-blowing code phrases and stuff to refer to different things.
Yeah, I've heard this that sort of thing real time on a couple of deployments. Or one particular deployment I went to, it was comical. There were call signs there. I won't mention them all. One of them was Superman, and one was Eddie Murphy. They were the call signs, and it really was comical to think. You think what? But the problem with that sort of thing is, if it gets too ridiculous, like the example you just gave there, Gil, is that you are going to attract attention to yourself.
But the thing is, they were doing like total of about 10 seconds, and they're talking, and basically it's okay. Sex shop was the home base. Orgy was the scouting group, and they were talking about different things, and it's really, and they were done.
Yeah.
And talking about which path are you coming back in? Did you see anybody else out there? And they had this all of this thing phrase set up, and even some of the guys in the group going, Gerald, you and your sister have got to quit coming up with our code phrases.
It's back in the 80s. Sometimes things are unique to people's different relationship with different people, with different relationships and things that about that person's, things that you've done in the past, places you visited. So you might have a word for that place. Hey, you remember the place where Johnny got married?
Yeah, exactly.
And John. Johnny got married at this famous sort of bar or something, a barbecue place.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but Peter. I mean, if well, technology now is so good that within milliseconds you can be direction finded. Someone can triangulate within milliseconds. Yeah. Back in the 80s, there was a general rule of thumb where no transmission was to last more than 22 seconds. I don't know why 22 specifically, but it was based on the capability of the Russians at the time, because they were our pre-Iron Curtain sort of enemy. So you could fall back to that sort of ballpark figure. 20 odd seconds, keep it short, and so on and so on. But
Vanessa Katie has a good question. And when you forget your code words and safe words, that will create a... Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, there's certain things
you have written down.
Certain things you won't forget, like where Johnny got married.
Yeah.
Like, try to make things more like recognizable. So if you use a word of faith to clock into your computer will even ask you, if you accidentally tap in, it'll give you a little hint. It'll go, faith, something to do with faith, belief. Something to do with belief, and then you're tapping your code word if it's some kind of religious word, for example.
Well, there's anything you write down. You should afford that notebook the same level of security that it protects.
Yeah.
So if you're writing down words which are the combination to all your wealth, or your preps, or your etc., then you should afford that notebook the same level of protection and secrecy that all your preps are in. Because if you lose that notebook, you've lost everything. Especially if you've got combinations written down there and stuff.
Yeah. Certain phones you can plug in a USB drive to it and have like a Word doc on that, or tablets and stuff like that, where you can have it, and the document itself in there is password protected, as well as the USB drive being password protected.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. See what's been
Okay,
said.
Vanessa.
In the early 80s, I sent data from a C64 floppy drive over the GIV Autobahn lines to Germany from the. I had under 3 minutes to transfer a block before the comms group got online. Right? Yeah. Pre Iron Curtain stuff is good ballpark figures to go back to, but it probably I'd suggest it'll be really raw methods of interception analysis and stuff like this. People really won't know what they're doing really, and but it's a complete other ball game and subject really. If when the clock is ticking,
yeah,
you so on the comm side of it, for instance, most comms on the battlefield used to be in clear for things like ground-to-air comms, for talking to helicopters, talking to pilots when you're identifying targets and stuff like this, because it was immediate information there and then gone. It doesn't matter 5 minutes later because the target's destroyed or you're out the zone, the resupplies happen, etc., etc. So when the clock is ticking, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
What you say, what you do, the main aim is to get it done, get out the threat zone, and get to safety. Because, ultimately, safety is the number one thing that you're trying to go for, really.
But there are certain common phrases. It's like, all right, the balloon's gone up. People in my generation and the next generation down, okay, yeah, it's the end of the world. The mushroom cloud is rising. The balloon's gone up, and it's time. The countdown is at high speed now.
I think what you were saying back earlier, timelines. Not only timelines for sort of project managing your preps and preparing is a good idea, but also knowing the timelines of effects before or after injury. So if you know the level of time scales involved for radiation to diminish, or the onset of a set of symptoms.
Okay, take care, Tracy. Thanks
set of symptoms for a specific virus. The clock is ticking for that individual person, whether he or she gets worse or gets better or dies or whatever. And likewise, the onset of any sort of poisonous ingestion and stuff like this. So knowing your timelines of effects and symptoms is quite key as well, because the immediate threat might have been gone. Someone's got injured. At what point do we see the wound starting to heal? At what point do we see it getting worse? The wound management time clock is ticking then. Same with crops as well. How likely are we to see the progress of the crops springing up out of the ground? How likely are we to see the effect of some sort of fungus on the crop or aphids and stuff like this? So all these timelines, the clock is ticking doesn't necessarily mean you getting out of the way of danger for an immediate threat. It can also mean the long-term sustainment of things getting worse or better. And likewise, things like identifying the onset of hypothermia, and things like that,
Try and shoot.
Also, knowledge is a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Costa. Yeah. Like, even things like with your dog.
Yeah.
Has he got just a snuffle or cold or something, or is he actually getting worse? Do you have to give him more food to make it better, or rehydrate him, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
No, I don't have it here.
I'll be doing a video soon of CJ's jacket with all these different pouches.
Right. You got a bug out jacket.
That's cool.
I was asked by someone to. They said to me, "Where's DJ's pack?" I said, "Okay, I'm going to get a pack together." And I've got certain things in there to do with meds. The DJ, medical sort of pouch. It's got bandages and a few little things in there, little torch. I'll put a kit together. I'll make a video of it. But it's good to have knowledge of all different kinds of things. Really, I mean, when the clock's ticking, I'm just thinking what to do if time's running out. I mean, what is really? I mean, we speak about gear. We speak about obtaining water and comms and stuff like that. Also, if you're going to sort of try and sort of have, if you can't carry, obviously you can't carry 25 books. How do you sort of, compress it down to just maybe having you've got a book, you say you can write notes on certain subjects. So maybe start from now. What am I strong at? Maybe make a list. What am I strong at? What am I very weak at? Like I made a video recently about, being embarrassed about how many trees and plants I know, but off by name, and what do they do?
Get yourself a little notebook.
Yeah, I'll take you up on what you said as well. It's a good idea. Learning 5 trees a year. How simple is that?
Yeah, you could learn, one tree every 2 months for one tree.
Yeah,
6 trees a year. And then that one tree, identification through all the seasons, what it looks like in spring, summer, winter, autumn, what you can harvest from it, the dangers from it, how deep the roots are, what colour the leaves are, the variations, and so on. 2 months for one tree is quite an acceptable time frame, I think. And then after a year, you've got quite a comprehensive knowledge of 6 things there.
Yeah, good idea. I mean, you can even get kind of improvised cordage from some trees. I believe you can get spruce roots. Is it spruce roots? And if you can collect them, use it as cordage.
Yep. It's plenty of. It's a lot of good books out there that all geared towards this sort of thing. You can even start off by watching videos. Ray Mears is a good starting point. Yeah,
very good. Yeah.
I find the color books, good color photographs in a lot. Some books I've seen have specifically depicted their plants and trees in black and white, because their argument is if you should be at the stage where you know what they are without them being depicted in color.
Yeah,
it's a bit strange, but I prefer the color ones anyway.
Yeah, things like birch bark. I've seen things like boats made from them. I've seen Ray Mears went to visit this chap, and this guy made a boat.
Oh, the old birch bark canoe is it's supposed to be the ultimate in bushcraft, because of all the elements involved in making it.
Wow.
From tree identification, harvesting the raw materials from the tree, processing the wood, using tools to make it, and all this sort of stuff. And then at the end of it, sealing all the pieces of wood together with pitch and all this sort of thing.
It was a brilliant documentary, and it was just like effortlessly floating in the river. It was like really light. Yeah, you're right. I mean, knowing how to make a boat in survival situation, if you've got to go down the river, use it for transporting stuff yourself.
Lost skills.
Even made it was one program where they made different types of containers, backpacks, all from birch bark. I was like, wow, that's incredible.
Yep. Unfortunately, trying to go around harvesting bits of trees and birch bark and things like that these days is frowned upon, especially in Britain, because they're a limited resource in Britain, really. If you start cutting trees down or even just peeling bits off birch, people start having a go at you. It's a bit funny.
It's true. I saw another guy. He made a boat from a trunk. What he did is he burnt the inside, sort of, burnt the wood out. And eventually sort of fashioned it into being a boat. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Just burnt the inside out. I mean, the things you can do with trunks and logs from fires, from like what's it? The Swedish
fire log.
You mean Swedish fire torch?
The fire torch, Swedish fire torch.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, things like the classic one in Britain is stinging nettles, making cordage out of the stalks of stinging nettles and stuff. But yeah, it's all part of a knowledge base that people got to look into and train and build up to. I mean, things it's a case of priorities, really. I mean, I would always suggest to people, depends on how they learn, but start off with bushcraft and survival, and then work your way through a sort of prepping regime where you're then into another era of the top of the tree is, I suppose, would be you're nearly already you're monitoring, you're managing
Mike,
the prep.
Good to see you.
Hey, Mike, and you're at that level there, and then as you fall back down the ranks, worst case scenario, you fall back on the absolute basics of bushcraft and survival. So it's a good starting point, definitely. Medicinal plants, identification, processing, harvesting, uses, knowing what's poisonous is, knowing what's good. Yeah. But it's definitely a subject which needs to be. It's so intense, To be good at this sort of thing, you're talking years of practical experience, particularly foraging and stuff like that. But, happy birthday, UK Urban Preppers Dad, 80. Oh, he was 80 on VE Day. Oh, nice one.
Happy birthday.
No problem, Mike. Well, if your dad has his 80th birthday, you should be there. And
sounds like he's having a good innings.
Yeah. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
So yeah, I mean, I think the immediate thought is a lot more that goes into this sort of subject. When you look at it, on the face of it, it just appears like you've heard gunshots in the street, or a terrorist incident is nearby, a bomb may have gone off. What do you do? Yeah. You see, you're in the event of a plane crash or a train crash, or you're seeing something about to come, like a tsunami or an avalanche and stuff like this. They are the immediate sort of things I should imagine people think about, but the clock can tick quite slower than those events. Say, as an emerging pandemic. Another one, which is quite a good recent example, actually, is the cyber attack on the European mainland a couple of weeks ago. The clock was literally ticking then. As soon as I got wind of it, in fact, one of my first actions, I confirmed the story on X. I pinged you, Shadow. I pinged you, Costa. I pinged Guardian. And, so that immediately gives you 3 other avenues of people doing their own research and confirming or denying what the score is. But, as I was watching it, I could see the pattern emerge. And I was basically looking for the spread. So the first I heard was France went down, Spain went down, Portugal went down.
Yeah.
And then, an hour or two later, there's reports of Belgium, Netherlands. I'm thinking, right, okay, if it's starting to spread that band, it gets that, if you get some sort of cascade effect, are we next? You know, is Sweden next? Is Norway next, and so on? So the clock was sure enough ticking in that scenario. It was a case of, does the clock stop ticking and we go back to, you know, a limited sort of incident, or does it spread? And these days, you know, the fragility of things with some sort of cascade effect, it could quite easily just keep on going and going and going.
Yeah.
But that sort of event was almost a good practice for us who didn't get affected in what to do when the warning kicks off. You know, you start thinking about, you know, you really start thinking about then, what's my power backup? You know, how long's my freezer going to last? All this sort of thing. How am I going to keep the lights on? Because the threat is now real. It's not just a spoken about topic on a forum, you know.
I finally found a document. I had to go to my other computer to find this document. I'm going to share it here about timelines.
Right. Yep.
And
right.
So this is. I used to give this out when I used to run symposiums at preparedness fairs and stuff. I'd have it out there, and that people could take it. It's on an Excel spreadsheet, and you type planning an inventory. And you got so many weeks to do it, start date, end date, and you just fill out into different things. And you can see how some of the lines are in different spots. Some things start sooner, some things start later, some continue on a little bit longer. So you got different things in here for different things going on. And at a glance, you can see, okay, I need to be working on this. I should have this completed. I should have this one completed here. I should have, come on, it's going to do it. It's like I should have this completed already before I start these here, or before I start this one here, but I can start this one here sooner. So yeah, it's, you set something up like this, and you can track your skills, your preps, everything down as far as where you are if you're meeting your timeline to beat that clock that's counting down.
What's the so that's similar to a Gantt chart, and how is that configured as to, on the right hand side, is there an end goal, or are you all
right, so you have a task. All right, so bug out location. R is research. Over here, go down to R research. You're researching where your bug out location is going to be, and so you have 6 weeks to have that research done to present it to the group.
Yeah.
This one here, if I can get it to light, that one there, dry storage container purchase. So you can start purchasing, between January 31st and December 5th, you're going to start purchasing containers, and you'll be able to get them on sale. So that gives you time when you're supposed to be spending money on something. Wet storage purchase, or research on wet storage containers. Find out which ones you need to buy. Then once you do your research, then you wind up going out and you buy them. You have a freeze drying classes. Learn how to freeze dry. Garden workshops, ham radio classes, canning classes, first aid course. And you see all the time you plot it in there, so you know when you need to take courses. When you find out, do some little research, find out when they are available, and then you plug them into things. Say, okay, so during this time I need to be doing this. Don't schedule something else and have a conflict.
So at the right hand side of that timeline where you're on, is that week 32 on the top right?
Yes, that's week 32. This is just a template for them to use.
Right.
You can continue it on out, and it runs the dates up here on top. Like I said, this was project started February 17th, 2019.
And then so the more to the right you go to week 32 and beyond, the more of a comprehensive code.
The farther down the road you are, and you start adding more stuff in, and some of these things will be completed, and you can just keep on, just keep adding things out and stuff. And I cheated on this a little bit. I installed drop down menu so I can like that says training. So I click on it. Come on, it's not working. Why is it not working? I can see the arrow for the drop downs, but it ties off of these over here. But I know why, because this is an older version, and a new one on this computer doesn't want to do that. So, but yeah, I can drop down. I can choose any of these here to select the type of item is. Is it planning? Is it research? Is it inventorying? Is it training? Whatever it is, I do use the drop down menu, which is what these are. And I got certain things locked up too. So certain fields, so you don't accidentally delete something you don't want to delete, but you got ones you can choose from what the item type or activity type, if you prefer, is on it. But you setting something up like this, fairly easy. Back when I set this up is, I had been taking some Excel classes, so I had a few extra bells and whistles in there, like the drop downs and stuff like that. There are some autofill dates on it and stuff as well. Because when I get here, the dates up here are I can't get in there because I got it protected, but they're autofill. So if I change the start date, come on, let's go up here. It's acting up here. There we go. I can change the start date, and all these dates will change.
Yeah.
So that gives you your calendar, and you can just run this right on out, and you run 1 year at tab 1. Next tab you add to it is the next year, and that way you can just track things down as you go along. Just keep adding the, as you need to go. You're going to do a 1 year plan. You're going to do a 2 year plan. You're going to do a 5 year plan. Very helpful in helping you getting your plan done and laid out, and keeping you on track so you get things done right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I used to use a spreadsheet type thing beforehand, not for preparedness things. For me personally, I now just use pen and paper. I use a hydraulic scenario, but yeah. And for anyone out there actually who can't afford Microsoft Office, because it is quite expensive here. There
are knockoffs that are cheaper that you can load in on for if you have a Microsoft computer, or if you have a Linux computer. There's a knockoff version for it on Linux as well, and they're relatively cheap, especially on Amazon.
Well, OpenOffice I use, that's free. All the functions. You got a spreadsheet, an alternative Word, database, and all sorts. It's a complete mirror image rip-off, if you like. It's like using an older version of Office, but it's quite functional still.
Yeah, I prefer the older versions. They're easier to use.
Right. Yeah. They keep changing them, and you keep having to relearn and reconfigure where the buttons are and all this sort of rubbish.
Yeah.
And if you're a student, you get a massive discount as well. Not only, when I say student, you don't have to be a student at university or college. You can be on a higher education course and still get discount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to do something like this, you don't need to have the Microsoft Office Professional or one of those. You can just do the Microsoft Office Home version.
Yeah, definitely.
Bare bones, bells and whistles.
And like Vanessa says, it's the 365 these days. I'm not really happy with the way that's.
Yeah, I won't use 365 because I don't want to be paying monthly installments. I'd rather just buy it once, and it's good for 30 years.
Yeah.
I have Microsoft Office package professional. I believe it's 2021 or so. And I bought that package for 180 crowns.
Yeah.
Right.
I got Microsoft Office Professional back in 98. I still have it on one of my computers. Works fine. I love that version.
Yeah, the Word 97, 98 version. Yeah, that's all good. And the problem is, you create a Word document in 97, Word 98 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I've got loads of documents I can't open anymore. It's just not compatible, and I have to spend time converting them. But I haven't got around to it. But yeah.
The newer ones. When I open up one of the older documents I created back then, it says open in original or compatibility mode.
Yeah.
If I'm making changes, I open it in original. because I want to keep it in original. It makes it harder for people to hack. It frustrates the younger generation. It's like my Windows 95 computer.
Yeah.
I can go online with it, and it has no virus protection on it. No one's going to try to hack it. They can't understand it. It's too old.
Windows 98 second edition. That was I think that's when it peaked for me.
Yeah. Like I say, mine are so old that on one computer I can go on there and nothing comes at it because it's too old. All their viruses and stuff won't work on it. All their worms and stuff is just so old. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, timeline, getting your timeline, figure out what you're going to do because the clock is counting. You got to figure out, you don't want to just, go at it haphazard. Of course, most people have to start haphazard because they go, oh crap, I got to do this. And they start doing stuff. And then they learn, plan out, unfortunately. And then they realize they've been doing screwing and they got to reorganize themselves to start making advantage of their time.
But again, budget plays a massive part of it. And I think the lower the budget people have, the more of a sort of crisis planning mode you go into, because you're literally you're fighting off the crocodiles to decide what you really have to prioritize what you're planning for then.
It's like when I got married, my wife and I, we were going out to dinner a couple times a week. We were going to the movie theaters and stuff. After we had the third kid, we were still going out, and they were growing up. We were taking the kids out to the movie premieres and stuff. And all of a sudden, it just dawned on both of us. Wait a minute. It cost us how much, even going to the matinee on Saturday with the kids to see this movie? It's going to be out in 2 months on DVD for 1/10 the price. We stopped going to the movie theater. We saved so friggin' much money. And going out to eat, it's like, we can actually go to the store or down to the butcher shop and buy better cuts of meat than this for 1/3 of the price, or it's costed us to go out to eat, and we'll have meals for 4 days.
Yeah.
So you gotta apply your budget to the things you do every day as well. Because the things you do every day, you are most people don't realize how much money they are wasting.
Is that another one to wean yourself off of luxuries?
It was kind of weaning ourselves off of luxuries, but we didn't consider those luxuries. We just considered those enjoyable things. Luxuries would be taking a vacation to Disney World, and we did that once, right when we first got married, and we haven't gone back to Disney World since. But there are things you can do to cut down. All right, one thing here: who has the latest and greatest cell phone?
No.
I got this off of Amazon. I used this just as a camera because it was cheaper than video cameras. This is cheaper than video cameras, gave me better video, better audio. My cell phone is the freebie one that AT&T said, "Oh, you got to upgrade. We'll give you a free phone because we're doing this." I haven't bought a phone since my first phone back in 2001. And that was a little Nokia phone. Best phone ever. I just wish they would have been compatible across.
I buy all my own phones. I go for a SIM-only plan. Buy my own phone. Not a high price one, just a couple of £100, most the best. And then that's it. Keep it for whatever amount of time. I don't want to get lured into hooked into another plan for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
There's plenty of places. I mean, the bit of advertising for them. There's a shop over here in the UK called we call it the Sex Shop, CEX, and it's I think it stands for Computer Electronics Exchange, and they will give you all their stuff is secondhand. So people like pawn their laptops in, the computers in, the phones, etc., etc. But they extensively check each device and they grade them into 3, grade A, B, or C, or whatever. And whenever you buy something from those, they give you a 2-year no quibble warranty with it.
Yeah,
good for cheap laptops.
Yeah, when I was working at Homeland Security, we were getting so ticked with the younger generation coming in. They were changing their phone. They were getting a new phone every 6 months and changing the phone number. And finally, we told them, no, you can't. You're getting a new phone, fine. You keep the old number. We need to be able to get in contact with you, because they did not. They were like, oh, we don't want to have to tell everybody our new phone number. Yeah, you have to. And it was just ridiculous. And it's like, how much did you pay for that phone? Oh, I spent $400 for this new phone. Oh, $400, geez. Every 6 months, in a year and a half, I could buy myself a new freeze dryer.
Yeah.
$400 for the phone. Ooh, at the time it was like, oh, I can get the 41 quart All-American canner, the biggest one they make, for less than that.
Yeah, I call them victims of advertising, because they're hooked into this mentality of they've got to get this, they've got to get that, they've got to compete with someone else, they've got to show the fact that they're projecting they've got money. Yeah. And really, in reality, they haven't. They've just got a mindset where they're appeased by buying the latest next object.
Yeah.
Buy the latest, newest, best phone ever. That is a status symbol. Basically, it's a status to have the latest phone, latest everything.
I'll be right back. I got grandkids coming in. They're not supposed to be over here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a status symbol nowadays. I just call it idiotic purchasing, really. Getting something that's perfectly functioning, and they just want something else that's they're told it's better.
TV advert.
Yeah. Victims of advertising, that's what I call them.
Yeah, there's a TV advert, and this couple turned up on the traffic lights, and they were in a Volvo estate, and next to them, another couple pulled up on the latest Volvo estate, and they sort of looked over at each other, kind of smiled, and they kind of like the ones with the newest Volvo had the biggest smile, and the ones with the oldest Volvo had a kind of not as big a smile, and they're like, oh, we had one of those last year in the advert. So they pressure people to believe in that they're sort of aura behind if they got like last year's model, if they're not keeping up with the Joneses.
$400 back then for a phone is still expensive. I wouldn't pay that much now. As Utah Mike says there, $1,200. I mean, nowadays, a top of the range, I don't know, Apple iPhone over here, you're talking near enough £2,000. It's just
look here.
But people don't. It's like everything else, like cars these days. No one actually buys a new car anymore. They like hire lease it because no one can afford it. It's too expensive. And I think these companies know the fact that no one can afford it, and they,
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I just looked up newest iPhone, and it says get up to $630 off the iPhone 16. It's like, you're getting that. What does it cost? Let me look it up here.
A couple of grand.
Retail price $1,200. With and that's because you already have you're in a program already.
Doesn't surprise me. But people have got to have it. They've got to have it. I mean, I can see a newer phone is obviously going to have the latest processor, a better camera, etc., etc., etc. But what do you want from it? when you're microanalyzing these specs, yes, one's faster than the other, etc., but in reality, you wouldn't even notice the difference.
Yeah.
On the face of it, really. It's not a phone, is it anymore? It's a handheld computer with a phone app.
The iPhone 17 is scheduled for September of this year.
Yeah. I won't be getting one point that way.
Are so expensive. Oh.
They're very bad.
Not worth it.
Yeah, and we're constantly getting drip fed technology. You know, I was quite happy with my old 3G phone, and it was, you know, really robust, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. And now they've made 3G obsolete here, and no 3G phone will work over here anymore. So you got to get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they give you something to hold first.
So just go.
Like, well, I've got this. Then they give you something to wear, a watch. You've got something to put over your face. Eventually, they're going to want to put it inside us.
So there's this book I keep talking about every now and then. It's called The Knowledge, about how to rebuild our world after an apocalypse, and it's from a guy called Louis Dartnell, who's a professor. And what he talks about in this book is something called the grace period, in which he projects this scenario of if people were to suddenly die off quickly, and the best scenario for that, whilst maintaining infrastructure, would be a super virulent, high mortality. So humans were quite swiftly taken out of the equation within weeks or months. And his thesis is basically, how would technology go? You know, what would happen to people? And he puts up this argument of this current day and age, no one knows how to build any single item, from a pencil all the way up to a toaster, a solar panel, and so on, because we've been detached from the whole making process, the production line. So you get one specific person, if it's a person these days, to mine the raw materials, and then another set of specialists to do the next task, and so on and so on and so on. And by the time you finish with, say, a basic pencil, it might have gone through 3 or 4 different countries. So anyway, so his point is, there's a period called the grace period, in which you have a time frame which is ticking along before you've got to complete your harvesting task. So your harvesting task is harvest as much, cannibalize as much, salvage as much as possible before it starts to deteriorate, get weathered, rust away, and so on and so on. So, you know, when we're talking about the clock, what to do when the clock is ticking, the event, disaster, whatever might have happened. So then, if it's safe to do so, you've got this golden period in which to go out, get what you can, and bring it in and harvest it. And I've only ever seen this sort of depiction, sort of vaguely once in the films, which was quite a latest series that I think a couple of years ago now, about the fungal virus going around. Can't remember the name of it. And basically, I can't remember what I was going to say. It will come to me in a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that is, you know, I've seen many things of is when the cell towers go down, or worse yet, Twitter, Instagram, and others fail for a couple hours. The reactions of high schoolers and college students, they're friggin' going insane. Because
see, my reaction would be different, because I wouldn't really be concerned with the fact that we've lost Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever. I'd be concerned with why, and the implication would be depicting some sort of cyber attack or denial of service attack.
Well, the last several times have all been from not a sunspot, but the coronal holes and the plasma stream from it screwing everything up. And it's just nothing major, but it just hits just right at the right level and does the magnetic field thing, and oops, they're out for an hour or so, or they're having problems, and it's just just to watch people just go absolutely insane over it. Why can't I get home to anybody I know?
Addiction. See, that was one of my suspicions when the European blackout happened a couple of weeks ago, was the fact that, was it a cyber attack? And if it was, what would the follow-up be, if any? And was anything else going to be attacked and other infrastructure? I just remember that, or what I was going to say before. So it was called The Last of Us. And yep, and basically in that was this guy. He was a prepper. He'd been lurking in the. It indicated this, the fact that he was lurking in society, waiting for something to happen. When something did happen, this fungal virus that spread throughout the earth.
Yeah.
And then people got evacuated out of his town. They all went willingly. He sprung into action. Knew exactly what he was going to do, and he went through some sort of harvesting process. So he went up, filled all these propane gas cylinders from the place he'd already pre-recce. He got all his fencing equipment. He went to all the DIY places, and he had it all mapped out in time frames and orchestrated quite swiftly. And by the time he was finished, it didn't really depict how long it took him, but he built himself a little compound with all the materials he knew where to get from beforehand, before things either started to deteriorate or things got worse in the viral situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite a good depiction.
Yeah, Vanessa Kitty says all lurkers should at least say hello. You just check in and say lurky, and don't forget the thumbs up.
Yeah, I agree. Hand tools are truly helpful when there is no electricity.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think in most people's minds, they just think about things and don't really consider actually doing the things they'd like to do. For instance, that blackout in Europe, everyone was suddenly taken off guard. And, funnily enough, the time frame in which things escalated into violence is quite an interesting point. I take my time frames back to a scenario in, I think it was 1974, 1975 in New York City, where there was this famous police report. There was a blackout that happened through various reasons. And this police report, which quite a few prepper channels have done videos about, it talks about how long it took for society to start turning violent and going on to a complete without rule of law situation. And in that 1970, it was a real scenario, it's not a fictitious one. And in that scenario, it took, I think it said something like 8 hours before people started to rampage around, weapons out, and start looting things. And, it was a case of who's got the biggest gun, who's got the more firepower, and all this sort of stuff, who was more exposed and stuff. But this European blackout scenario, we obviously didn't see that manifest into that sort of time frame because the availability of weapons on the the European mainland is slightly different. But it's interesting to see in some places. I saw reports that violence did escalate pretty quickly in terms of within an hour in some sort of city areas, some parts of Madrid, and in other places, Portugal, parts of France, everyone says, everyone just got on with each other and cracked on. and nothing really happened apart from Paris was gridlocked with the transportation system and traffic lights were offline. That was gridlocked pretty quickly within 20 minutes. The train system, massive. All the trains went down because of the reliance on electricity. All the trains are electric over there. All the thousands of people stranded in subway stations and train stations, wondering what to do, wondering how they're going to get home. No pre-thought out plan, no gear with them to see them through. They couldn't go and buy drinks and stuff like this because all the ATMs and electronic transactions were offline. So it was literally cash is king, and all the basics that people who were into preparedness know about came true. It's quite interesting to look at, and there's still many tweets and posts out there that depict all this. It's quite good to go through.
Someone was emailing me about one of my old videos, and I'm redoing it, so it's going to be coming up in July. Can you survive 3 months without power? And a lot of things that I'm going to be discussing on that is going to be, all right, what sort of communications is there coming from government at the beginning and all throughout that 3 month period? And is it everywhere, or is it just your city's out without power and the city 10 miles down the road has full power?
Yeah. I mean,
what brought this on originally was about 3 years ago in Washington State. Old school prepper there, she's kind of rural. There was big storm came through and they were without power for a month. But they could drive into town and the grocery stores were open and working, but out 15 miles away they were without power for a month.
Yeah.
I've been involved in some exercises, 2 or 3 exercises where we've sort of thrashed through this problem, and from what I saw and surmise, on a personal level, people out there, very, very few people will go beyond that 3 month point. Very few will go through the 1 month point. As far as a military support to any sort of government level, after sort of a month, the government will really struggle. It would have to call in the military for contingency support because a government and council, they just haven't got the infrastructure, independent, off-grid, offline infrastructure, but the military have, because they used to deploying bespoke, they're used to setting up in the middle of nowhere for a start, uniquely. So it will come down to the military after a couple of weeks, if that. Depends on what the event. It depends if it's a flash event or a slow event like running out of fuel and stuff like this. But the military would, from what I've saw, would put down and they'll prioritize things like basic infrastructure, as in retaining communication between key points, key cities, key towns, key ports, airports, and stuff like that. And then once that's stabilized, they'll probably develop some sort of backbone comms network and road transport network to keep basic essentials flowing for the good and benefit of the maintenance of government, not the people. They may at some point set up key installations around the country where people can come to and gain access to tightly controlled goods through government dispersals. But on a personal level, people out there will literally be on their own for a very long time.
Yeah.
It's do not rely on the government because they won't help. They'll be too busy looking after themselves. And I've seen this. I've seen this on at least 5, 6 occasions, 5 or 6 different deployments. I've seen this specific scenario where we've deployed, and I would say 70 to 80% of the troops and equipment and stores deployed were solely there to keep itself running. So, for instance, if we're going out to another country to help the locals in earthquake relief, for instance, then say you deploy 5,000 blokes and all the associated machinery, equipment, etc., rations, stores. 80%, up to 80%, I'd say, is involved in just keeping those personnel you've deployed alive and ticking over. All the rest of it, the other 20 or 30% then is the aid and distribution and help. It's a self-sustaining machine. I can see that sort of thing happening. Well, obviously back on home territory. Yeah, so that's why people should not rely on the government, because it will be too busy. Number one, looking after itself, maintaining its own security, keeping the cogs turning, keeping its own personnel fed, etc., etc. It has to do, otherwise it won't be able to do anything. Yeah. And then 20% of its job will be, 20% of its main effort will be actually to help the other people. Yeah. And if you look at the bigger figure, 20% of a big sort of deployed machine giving out aid to X amounts of millions of people, then you've literally got no chance.
Ever make a radio receiver? Can't say I have.
So this is the thing why I think governments want people to help prepare and keep themselves self-sustained, because it takes the pressure off them. They obviously want people to do that up to a certain level, where when you start stockpiling, if you start stockpiling and depriving the sort of resource chain and putting a strain on things, and everyone started doing that, then problems are going to start to occur. And so people have got to play it sensible. And they've even said this with information leaflets and pamphlets distributed to European citizens. Shadow, you got one. You've got a in time of war pamphlet. So people want to they want to disseminate information to people out there to prepare, because it takes the pressure off them. And unfortunately, it just comes down to the actual responsibility of the individual families to carry out that information and advice. Right, I've got 5 minutes before I have to disappear. I've got
no problems in PV.
An important engagement tomorrow morning. And Booglet there says, the people I'm enrolled there. I have a dear friend in Africa, and they say that it's the norm when the power goes out. And many people, it's like that in Africa. You speak to Guardian Prep, and he'll tell you all about that. Hey, Second Star, how you doing?
Yeah, the thing is, about power outages, like the one, friend in Africa that said power going out is normal. How long for? If it goes out once a day and it's off for an hour or an hour and a half, I can see that becoming the normal. But the refrigerator never gets hot, so the refrigerator keeps going. So all it's doing is actually saving you paying money, because there's not delivering power for an hour or two. But it's how often it goes out is.
This is the thing, isn't it, with the clock ticking. When the power goes out, your freezer it becomes the time clock. The clock is ticking for your freezer.
Yeah.
And it's like I suppose people will go through. People will go through certain stages of thought, I should imagine. And it will be, the power goes out, and if you're not, if you're in a country where the power doesn't normally go out, you think, oh, the power's gone out, it'll come back on in a minute, and then, so the first hour or so, it's all jovial, and you get the candles out. It's a bit of a novelty, and then as the hours go by, you think, oh, maybe we should start cutting down on the candle usage and watching this and watching that. Check the freezer, and as 4 hours go by, you think, oh, hang on a minute. Things are starting to get, things are going to start going off now, and defrosting it, if it doesn't come back on, then a bit of concern comes in. And by hour 8, you start to sort of wake up then. And
hour 8, I roll out the generator, fire the generator up.
Yeah.
Charge, run the chest freezer and the refrigerator. Run it for half an hour till it's cold again. Then I turn it off, and I wait another 8 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, becoming dangerous.
This is another aspect of it. You see, as you said there, as soon as an event kicks in, what you've got is what you've got. So you've got there's only so many liters of fuel you can store safely and so on. So the clock is ticking on your generator usage as well. You've got to tightly manage that. You've got to tightly manage the the rest of your food, rations, stores. Take note, and this is when it comes down to people should take stock of what they've got now, so they know the time frames involved in their ability to live or eat normally or sustain themselves before they have to go into a real plan B situation where they're relying on crops or plants or foraging or hunting down that sort of route. For instance, a lot of people say, I've got 3 months of preps, I've got 6 months of food, etc. How do they actually know that's the time frame? Have they actually got 3 months? When they actually start digging into it and using those preps for real, they might actually have 2 months, or they might go the other way. They might have 7 months.
That's where paperwork comes in handy.
Yeah,
you track first in, first out, and you see how long stuff is in there, and you write down and you keep your track. Okay, I got 16 cans of black beans, 2 cans of refried beans, got 2 cans of soup, whatever, and you write it down, and you keep your pantry, your stores up to date, so you know exactly. Okay, I bought this much, and I still have this, so this much is lasting me this many days, and I got 4 times that there, so now I know I have this much there in there.
Yeah, exactly. There's a comment there for Second Star. It says, I guess it's time to get out the old ice boxes from the 1920s. Better to go to the nearest antique shops, but even with that, it's hard to get ice, right? So ice there, I saw a video a while back. It was a really good one, actually. It was this guy who lived in Nevada, I think it was. Anyway, what he basically did was he got this small solar panel. I think it was 100 watts. He wired it up to a battery, or 1 or 2 batteries. I can't remember which one it was. He wired those batteries up to a small inverter, and the inverter was connected to an ice making machine. So he had the ability then. It was low power ice making machine. It was an 80-watt version. So he then had the ability then to produce constant ice cubes. So he had the ability to keep stuff cool in an absolute emergency. A very good idea. And these ice making machines are quite low in price. So you imagine what you could do with all that ice. Keep yourself cool, and the food and stuff cool as well. So it was a good example of alternate sort of thinking out of the box, I think. And
I've been seeing some videos lately on these restoration companies. They take the really old refrigerators from back in the 70s, 60s, 50s, and 40s, and they restore them. And it's like, oh, cool, they do that. But then somebody went and took one from back in the 60s, took the door off, got the kilowatt meter, put it on there, plugged it in, and ran it with the door off for 30 days.
Right.
It used less power than his modern eco-energy frost-free refrigerator freezer.
Surprised. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Probably the only difference would be the amount of electromagnetic interference that came off of it, maybe. Yeah. The older things lasted a lot longer, definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The old ones were bulletproof, and they go, oh no, but it's your freezer's frosting is building ice up. You need to get the new frost free, which uses a lot more power.
It reminds me of a top tip for people out there. I went to it was like a community showcase last month, and it was basically a load of businesses and charities. So I volunteer for a charity that they congregate in this town hall, and people walk passers by. They can go inside and they can see all the businesses showcasing their stuff and all this sort of thing. And one of them was first aid stand, and they gave us this little free bag of goodies. And when I got home, I opened it up, and there was this little tube in there, and what a big tube, a couple of centimeters across, 2 inches across, and 3 inches deep. And basically, what it said was, it said write down all your personal details on this bit of paper, and it had a little template you fill in the boxes, put it in the fridge, and it explained that, and then you got this other sticker and you put it on your window, and in the event of a fire, it said 9 times out of 10, the inside of a fridge will be untouched. Everything in the fridge will survive normally in a fire because it's so well insulated and protected.
Yeah.
And any of the firemen who come to the door, they know to look out for this particular sticker. And if they see this sticker, they'll know to go straight to, well, not straight there, but they'll know to look into the fridge for this capsule and look for the names of the people, the occupants of that house, so that they can, identify if there's anyone missing. Quite a good idea. So basically, the point is, the inside of a fridge is a good protective environment for things like that. So don't climb into the fridge fire. Right, I've got to head off, and
no problem, PB.
We'll catch you in a bit. So catch you later, Costa. Good chatting with you, Gil. And
all right.
We'll catch you later, Shadow.
Yeah, I'll catch you later. Yeah.
All right, no worries. Right,
no worries.
All right, see you later, folks.
See you later, PB.
Autocorrect is going.
Yeah.
I've turned off autocorrect on my computer for any of those type things. What kills me is fat fingers. Oh crap! You got to redo it. Yeah. Things to plan for. Well, one of the things that the clock's ticking on our stuff is when my wife is actually going to move full time up here to Idaho.
Yeah.
She's quit down there. She's because we got our boys are working down there, and what some of the things we want to get up here, it's like she keeps pushing it back, and it's like we need to get this, but it costs money. Yeah, it's costing right to get it now. It's going to cost us twice what it would have cost us to get it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And so there's some things you got to look at as far as the price fluctuation on them. Are you going to save money waiting, or are you going to save money getting it now?
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, and one of the things I want to get is I want to get a couple of those power stations that will charge up off the wall outlet in about an hour and a half to 2 hours from a nearly dead battery, and then I want to get a couple of those so I can put one on the refrigerator, one on the freezer, one on my computer set up here in the office, and and off my computer set, my wife runs when she's up here. She runs hers off my battery backup I have in here already, so. Power goes out, it's like, okay, we got 12 hours before we have to worry about the battery going dead here. For the refrigerator and freezer, we got 3 days before we have to worry about those going dead.
Bob is in the house.
Yep. So getting sometimes getting your stuff, you save money by getting it now because the prices are always going up.
Yeah.
But
the price is going up here as well.
It's like, no, we need to get this now. Why? We really don't need it because we're going to need it here really quick. And when it comes time to get it, we may not be able to get it. And it's going to cost 2 to 3 times as much as it does now. So the 2% interest we make on the account isn't going to make up for the 250 deficit we're going to pay for it 2 years down the road.
Hey, Bob.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Bob.
Did they ever come up with a real reason for that power failure?
Over there, yeah, it was depends who you talk to.
Yeah.
The government was saying, it was the high heat fluctuation that caused a oscillation anomaly in the currents, and all the scientists are going, no, there was the coronal hole was putting out a normal amount of protons, and that caused they tracked it, they saw it in the atmosphere, and it caused the fluctuation. And
So
they go, there's no way the heat can do it.
Not really, then. I mean, really, it wasn't a simple answer.
Yeah. Depends who you look for and stuff. Who you want to believe, the scientists or the politicians.
Exactly. Becoming not in May. No high. Well, Spain is freaking hot. It's a desert, man. But what the hell?
Yeah, it is hot. Too hot.
The fact it started over in Portugal.
I just picked
off the coast there.
It's a desert. I just picked up 4 more of these nice little lights right here.
Ooh,
I recommend these things. I don't sell them or nothing like that, but they're the solar panel on the back, lights on the front.
Yeah,
that's a motion detector. I've been using these for over a year, and I almost every window in my house has got one of these sitting in it, just ready and waiting. Stuff like this, guys, comes in handy. I think I paid a box for 2 of them, $20-something bucks. So
does it have an on-off switch too, so it doesn't come on if you don't want it to come on?
Right there on the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Pick them up. Yeah. Yeah. I've got a bunch of this stuff here and overseas, both. So I'm gonna get some spares and bring them overseas also, because brownouts over there is pretty frequent. Yeah. I had just asked about that power failure thing because I heard different loads of BS, and that's what it sounds like to me. It's just loads of BS,
Yeah, I heard a lot of things about that too.
Yeah.
The question is, which one is the correct answer?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, get yourself some of these things, guys. These things, those will light up. One of these, I've tested it out. It lights up my whole family room. I'm going to put another one in the kitchen window, and plus the fact that, power goes out, you turn the darn thing on, it's motion sensor, and now your hand's free. Like, you set it up they've got little bolt places where you can bolt it or screw it into the wall if you want. Yeah. And then, like example is I could turn it on and open up a kitchen cupboard and set it up on the kitchen cupboard, and now it lights up the kitchen and the family room. Well,
and you put it in the hallway. Nobody's in the hallway. It goes off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just shuts off. Yeah, I think I'll probably get a couple more of them. And like example is on my stairwell, I got to make sure that it's lighted for the wife and I. And I've got little candles, lanterns, and I think I'll put one of these in the hallway and the stairwell, so that if we take the stairs, the light will come on automatically. And taking a fall and breaking your wrist in a blackout is not a good idea.
Well, you can break your neck.
That too. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
The wrist, bad. Your ankle or knee, worse.
Yep. Well, I fell on the stairs a few weeks ago and landed right on the small of my back. 200 pounds right on the edge of a step, right on the small of my back. I was dizzy, guys, and I was dizzy. A couple of days later, I did go over to the ER, and I said, I really want an X-ray or something, and just see if anything's broken. And they did an X-ray, then I did an MRI, and taking a fall is not a joke, man. Because I was hobbling around here for over a week, maybe 2 weeks.
When we get old, we get soft,
fragile. They get fragile. Yep. So I didn't have any spinal compression, and I didn't have a broken hip or anything like that. But all that happened was I was wearing my socks on the stairs, and both my feet went out from underneath me at that quick. Bam! I'm done. But
yeah.
You just remind me of something, Bob. My grandkids love to run around the house in their sock feet.
Yep.
And when they run from the carpet onto the linoleum in the kitchen, guess what happens?
Slide.
Yeah. They picked up. They went to something up in Idaho Falls, and they all got these socks with the rubber grip on it. So when they're barefoot, they can run around, and sock-footed, they can run around and not slide and stuff. And it's like, I'm thinking, I'm going around in my sock feet quite a bit. Maybe I ought to get some of those ones with the stuff on it.
Not a bad idea. Yep.
Those socks working. I had that kind of socks when I was a kid. It worked.
Yep. My stairs have got carpet on it, and in my sock feet, they still slipped down. But that's my suggestion. I know. But that's my suggestion.
It should not happen.
Yeah, that's my suggestion for the day, guys. I'll give you an accurate cost here. I'll probably do a video about them. I mean, why not?
Well, I think you should do that.
Yeah, do a review on it.
That's a good idea. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, orders. They come in a pack of 2. So, okay, here we go. 120 LED lights, a pack of 2. A 2-pack was $11.48
on Amazon.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a good price.
Yeah.
For 2.
$12. I mean, and the way I handle them, I'll say it again, guys. I just set them in the windowsill with the solar panel facing the window, and good to go anytime.
What's the brand on those?
Let's see. They might. Where's my? HM City solar lights outdoor.
HM City. Yeah, 1182.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'll show you one more quick thing, but you'll see them from my camera here. But I've got 2 of these solar lights put up there by the garage door opener. These,
there.
Those are the lights, and the panels are on the outside of the garage door because right up there is a gap. So I fed the wire through it, and those things come with a 16-foot long cord on them, and one worked fine, but they come in a pack of 2, and I put 2 of them up there in case one fails. I've got a backup.
Well, good point.
Yeah.
And the price is really good for 2.
All right, there is. Hang on, let me get it here so I can get it. I'm going to drop the link in on both. So there's the link from it. And put it on my side too for my people.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yep. And let's see here. I'll hang out with you guys for just a couple minutes, and I gotta go.
Yeah.
Get some groceries.
I was hoping that that company, sometimes they'll have a 2-pack for a certain amount, but if you eat the 4-pack, it's 50% off the extra 2.
Yeah,
I was looking
not?
to see if they had something like that there. But I found some other ones, same number of lights, looks almost the same, but it's not the same brand. But it's it's instead of being $11.82, it's $17.99 for 4.
Yep.
But yeah.
I've got some of those overseas outside of the house, and they're waterproof and right out there in the tropical rain, and they keep coming on dependably. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
HM City, do they? Okay, HM City has their own little store on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, the 4-pack is you save. All right, you save a little bit. It's instead of being $5.92 each, it's $5.51 each. So you're saving 40 cents a light getting the 4-pack on each one.
Yeah.
They got a 6-pack.
Yeah.
So yeah, and they got a couple different styles too. Cool.
They also have an 8-pack.
They did? I didn't see the 8-pack.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, they have an 8-pack.
Oh, I didn't scroll down. Yeah, they have an 8-pack. Yeah.
How much is the 8-pack?
45 for 8. So that's the 4-pack is more cost effective than the 8-pack.
Wrong camera.
Hey, Mark.
Okay.
Hey, there we are.
Well,
just making sure you knew it was me.
What's up, Mark? I might bring some of those overseas and give them to my family overseas. Here.
Yeah. So the 4-pack is more economical than the 8-pack.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see some of what the other, because they got 2 different styles here. Let me see what the other style looks like.
The only complaint I have about the solar lights is, that's the hardware to install them, and this hardware is cheesy. It's crapola. What I've done with those lights that are up on the header is I just opened up the hole with a drill bit and use my own screws, because the screws that they come with are, well, you know how the Chinese screws are. You get it halfway tight and it breaks and stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's up? Where's Chef go? Where the heck is he?
I'm here.
I saw that damn raccoon in my yard again the other night. You better watch it, mister. I'm laying and waiting for you.
I thought it was really covert this time.
No, you thought so. You forgot about all the.
Must be that stupid hat I keep putting on.
There we go.
I'm laying and waiting for you, mister.
It's a dead giveaway. Here comes this raccoon. What's with the freaking chef hat? Oh, I know who that is. Little fucker. Yeah. I'll get him. Yeah, but you guys talking about the solar lights. So let me see if my camera will turn back on here.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So I bought these at one of my discount stores. But what I did is I drilled a hole in a 2x4 end, screwed it on to the side of my deck rail, and it just slides in. That's it.
Bingo. Yep.
And I got them all around my deck. Of course, some of them don't work anymore. They've been out here for like 4 years. Some just don't work. Some flicker. And at this point, I think I paid like $2 a piece for them, and they got glass bulbs on them. I'm like, well, okay. So and everything's up in the top, and they pop off.
Yep.
But yeah, they get bugs in there. Damn earwigs.
So yeah, I think they would work pretty well for you, Caitlin. Yeah, I have all of them, the type with the wire that comes off, and these ones that are stationary. just set it there and forget about it. And when you need it, they come on. So yeah, they work. I mean, they're a lot better than putting huge solar panels on your roof and all that stuff. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I want to have one of those in each window of the house. Now, I'm one of these two is going to go on the window at the bottom of the stairwell, and another one's going to go on the window in the kitchen. So
yeah.
Then I'll order more. I'll probably just order one of those 8-packs or whatever, and bring some of them to the family overseas, and they could use it because over there they have brownouts all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have enough sun to charge them up too.
Yeah, they do. Yep. You know who gave me the idea of these? CR. He gave me the idea for that. He goes, well, just take some of those solar lights and bring them inside your house. Like, freaking genius, dude. I never thought of it.
I never thought about that either. So
yeah, why not? Mm-hmm.
Well, if it works, why not use it?
Why not? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even the walkway lights that Mark was showing, during a power outage, if you have your walkway lit up like that, it's like, okay, someone may steal those. I'm just going to take those in the house and I'll have lights inside the house.
Bingo. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I did that. We lost our power for about 8 hours. 2 weeks ago, big storm came through. Went out at like 10:05. Didn't come back on at 4 a.m. when I'm trying to make coffee for the wife. And I went outside on the patio and just the ones that were still working, I just brought it in and took the little cap thing off, just set it on a table.
Yeah. I've got like the ones that I got on the header up there. I've got one of those in my garden shed. I got the light, just pointed the solar panel outside, brought the light part on the inside. So when I need to go out there and get a tool or get fire starters or whatever, just click, just comes on automatically. Brilliant, man.
Yeah.
One of the things I did with we got a bunch of the ones that like Mark was showing there from Sam's Club, and I had them all around the walkways here and stuff. But they kept dying out in the wintertime, shorter days. They kept in the morning they weren't working no more. And so I took it apart and I looked at the battery, and the battery had some minuscule size, on it, and I saw it on Amazon. Whoa, I can replace these with one that has 3 times the storage capacity.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
And I
remember that video. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's you might want to look into that too before you take them over there. Get the replacement batteries that are better. Your family will love you over there.
Yeah, I suppose there is my brother-in-law, he's a journeyman electrician, so if he wants to do that, go baby.
It doesn't take much. You just go buy good rechargeables and replace it with those crappy ass whatever batteries are in those things to begin with. I did that a long time ago on some of my old ones, and you could put your batteries in there. They only take one each, and just put them out in the sun, let them charge up for the day. Turn the switch off so it just charges the batteries. Leave them out there for a couple days. Bring them in.
CB, good to see you, man.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, next time, Chef, take that hat off when you're out creeping around my backyard. I won't see you.
I gotta put my Glock hat back on. That'll scare away that guy that keeps putting those little food things out for me, trying to bait me in with that sweet fish sauce.
Oh, God.
That's some good stuff, man.
Man, I couldn't believe the little criminals, man, pulled it right out of the ground. I haven't checked my earwig traps with the soy sauce and whatever else was in there. I haven't checked them yet, but they did pull one of those out of the ground. Also,
if you see raccoon prints next to where your soy sauce traps were, and the guy left a walk there. Your rhubarb is gone, and there's a wok sitting next to your trap. Going, you motherfucker! He's not even stealing my food. He's cooking in my backyard.
He left behind a wok and a bag of rice. What the hell's going on out here, man?
Empty bag of rice.
Yeah. Well, good to see you. Good to see you back in town there, Shadow. I hope everything's doing well.
Yeah. It's still something, still things to do left.
Yeah.
Still hurts.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll go with
too.
that.
What happened? Can I ask? Is it okay?
That was father passed or mom, father, both of them recently, right?
Oh. It's yeah. Sorry. Well,
Yeah, my mom passed away March 28th. So we had her funeral last week on Friday.
well,
Yeah, we had my dad's funeral September
I remember that
14th last year.
Yeah.
And now my mom's.
Well, you're an orphan just like me.
Yep, me
Yeah.
too. Me and my sister are the only two left.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to bounce out of here, fellas.
Yeah.
Best wishes to you, Shadow. You hang in there.
Yeah.
Take care, Bob.
Still hanging.
All right, later, Gil.
Later,
All
Bob.
right.
I'll see you in the backyard tonight. Hey, could you put out some? Could you put some Szechuan sauce out for me? I mean, come on, man.
You picky. Bring back that. If you're gonna leave a bag of rice, make sure it's full. Damn it.
Hey, well then do me a favor. Make sure you leave me. My sterno ran out midway through my stir fry. Could you leave me an extra sterno can out there? That'd be
now
great.
You're pushing it. I was gonna put out a live trap, but Mr. Smith and Wesson are waiting for you.
Damn it.
Peace out, everybody.
No
God
leftovers
bless.
for you. See you, Bob.
No leftovers later.
Oh, geez, that side hurts. Oh. Righty.
Yeah, Bob would be probably surprised when a bag of rice is gone in the raccoon tracks.
Yeah, no. Leave the empty bag of rice there and a dirty wok for him to clean.
Oh.
That's something I would actually do. If I knew where Bob lived at this point, if I lived close enough, we were like normal, like friend type things. Oh yeah, I would definitely put on a raccoon ninja suit, sneak in his backyard, and leave a wok there.
Oh, geez. We can't just leave the wok there. You got to get one of the woks with a little stand on it, and you got to bring in some briquette ash and stuff. Sprinkle that down first. Put it on.
Yeah, make it look like I actually did.
Hey, Dan H. Good to see you.
But don't leave the good stuff.
Timelines. Time kicking down. Oh, okay. Something that would have worked on this here. To see how things roll. There are some great novels out there that take the timeline stuff. Great. The things happen. All right. Like I talked about the one earlier with the codes, the Forgotten Forbidden America one. In the beginning, they're watching the and he checks the alternative news sites. He goes, "Damn, China stock market really crashed." And then it's like he gets to work and holy crud, Japan's crashed too. And then there's there's nothing on the mainstream media, but the alternative sites are all firing up all the stuff about it and stuff. And he's talking to his wife, hey, what do we need to do? Go, well, make sure you get cash on all our checks, when they make the direct deposit, pull the money out. And they go along, and this thing goes on, and it goes like this. Boom. And everything goes on and everything. So it's interesting. There was another one, Disaster in the Burbs by what's his name? Young is the guy's name. He's written some pretty good ones. And yeah, they're there, and it's like it goes on all summer, up and down all summer. Things get worse and start to improve, worse, start to improve, and worse, and start to improve. And about over a year and a half, and then all of a sudden it just goes boom, takes a nosedive. So it doesn't go nosedive at first, but it's down, up, down, up, down, and Yeah, and she's a divorcee, and she's in there just trying to get everything she can. She's gets laid off, but she works for a fencing company. They do, and she gets the job done at her house first. All of a sudden, when the riots start, everyone sees that your got fence from those guys. All of a sudden, the company she used to work for gets all the referrals. They go, "Come on back, it's boom again. Come on, I need you to help do the books and everything." And so and so things goes on, and they just tell the stories of these up down, getting stuff, can't get stuff, can't get stuff, and it's really that's the way life is. You can get stuff and you can't get stuff. There's some really good books out there on that. Little some of them are series, some of them are just one-offs like Disaster in the Burbs. But yeah, there is some things out there. You look at some of the authors out there have really spent time to work out the storyline, so it makes you go, oh shit, yeah, that could happen.
Yeah.
Cleveland Steamer.
Oh yeah, that one.
Hey, I didn't say hi, Chef, earlier because I was in the kitchen making tea. So hi,
sure
Chef.
you were. You just ignoring
was.
the crap.
Oh yeah, I
I know how
forgot
you
it's
are.
tea time.
I wasn't. I said, oh, well, I did say to him, I said, here he is again. It's that guy. No, I didn't. I was in the kitchen making tea.
All right. I forgive you.
All right.
I'm out here in my garden pulling weeds and some dead plants, making more space for stuff.
Always good to keep yourself doing stuff.
Yeah. Well, Wayne, I wasn't going to blow my horn, but I'm writing a series of books right now, and the main book, which starts off the whole different branching series ones, the disaster takes about 18 months to come in, and you're getting walked through little bits of information and stuff as it goes on, and seeing how the characters react as the little bits of information come out. And then all of a sudden the big announcement gets leaked, and then they got 6 weeks. Yeah, the countdown clock started going. Yeah, so there's with the countdown clock is ticking off. The clock's ticking off. Some things are quick, some things are slow, and some things is just you don't know what you can't see when the timer ends. You just see the thing going, numbers going down. You see the minutes and the seconds going. You don't see the days, months, or years. It's blocked out. And so there are things that you need to work on. Skills is one of probably the toughest thing that people fail to do. That are probably one of the most important things. How many people here know how to go out there and, if they need to, harvest squirrels or rabbits or raccoons? Sorry, Mark, raccoons.
Raccoons are kind of last on my list of things I'd want to eat, but you know what? Push came to the shove. My brother's looking awfully tasty right now.
So you do have the skills to process the meat. Oh, we lost Shadow. So we're going to keep it going until he comes back in.
He'll be back. He better come back.
Yeah. So well, I'm still live streaming mine. So, anyways, yes. And the other thing is, how many people I'm going to pick on people. City slickers know how to can. How many of them know how to grow food? How many know how to forage?
I'm just going to log out now because I think I'm done here.
So these are skills you can learn. And if you know these skills, you become valuable to other people if the other people are smart. So, learn a new skill. Learn how to wire in solar panels, how that works. So when it's like at the beginning, he was talking about, all right, it's happened. you got so much time to salvage stuff before it starts becoming damaged and, and possibly someone else salvaging it. Do you know how to take a 12-volt solar panel and use it with a 48-volt solar panel? Electrical skills to know.
Wait, but shouldn't I just let those different connectors, male and female, just select their own gender? That would be fine, right?
I'm back.
Hey, Shadow.
Oh, you missed all the fun. No, I'm just kidding.
No, the problem was my whole page froze, so I couldn't do anything. So
sometimes when mine does that, sometimes you just go into settings and change the setting pixel on your camera from from 300 to 400 and back again or whatever, and sometimes that'll free it up.
It's good that you came back, Shadow. These guys were really starting a riot.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. Anna Lee Brown's not in here to run amok. Who those who don't know Anna Lee Brown, that's over on Corsair Trainers. In the morning when he has to go get his coffee, he sometimes puts her in charge. She goes, run amok, run amok, run amok.
How come he doesn't put raccoons in charge when he walks away? Oh, we'll steal his boat.
Yeah, but yeah, learn more skills. As long as you can't buy everything, learn skills how to make certain things. Woodworking skills are going to be good. Plumbing skills are going to be very good.
Good idea. Also, maybe sort of learn the skill, how they used to do it maybe 200 years ago or 500 years ago. How did they used to do it back then as well, to have a plan B?
Yeah. Oh, where is it? Hang on. I got to show this. Here. This is one that's very important, just what you said here.
Yeah.
You mean my degree in underwater non-gender basket weaving is worthless?
Not worthless, but not top dollar. There you go. The Woodwright Shop.
He's trying to get me started. That's what he's doing.
I mean, my wife and I used to watch this when we first got together till it went off. We watched every episode.
Yeah, I used to watch that and one of the other ones up in Massachusetts.
New Yankee Workshop.
Yeah, Yankee. And he was okay. My dad had his wood shop and he would watch it. And I'd kind of watch things and go, okay, well, my dad does that, so I really don't need to watch this, and I know how to do it. So next.
But yeah, you can shoot. What does it say? Hang on. I know it's somewhere. Let me put WAT watch. Where to watch? PBS.org. Using the free PBS app, you can watch.
Oh, they may not be around much longer. They just got defunded.
Yeah. Well, they'll just have to eliminate the thing that got them defunded and start accentuating the stuff that might get them refunded again. Also on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire. Okay, so the PBS is available on these other things as well. So yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up.
You can probably find them on YouTube somewhere.
You can find some of them, but then you got all the friggin' YouTube ads popping up in the middle of it. And there are a lot. I tried it. There are a lot of ads on his stuff.
Yeah, it usually is a lot of ads.
Yeah, the good stuff. The good popular stuff always has ads on it.
I never heard of PBS before, so I'm not.
PBS is just a public broadcasting system here in the United States.
Okay. The Aquatic News Network. Good to see you.
Forgot to say hello to the other one there. All right, there we go. Yeah. So learning how to skills, learning how to go and take first aid classes, especially if you find one that's being offered for free. So you don't have to spend the money, so you can spend money on other preps. Learn something to get your even not to make you more valuable, but other people, make you more valuable to yourself. Be able to do stuff. Learn how to dehydrate food. I already talked about freeze drying classes, Mark.
Yeah, no, I was driving when I heard it. I was like, freeze dryer.
Yeah.
Me and Bubba were going back and forth on that one.
And so,
yeah, but they
something you can learn for free that you can stretch your preps with, and you can do stuff, build stuff, recycle stuff. Is
I do have to say a freeze if the power does go out or something for extended period of time. Yeah, I'm not going to be going out of my way to fire up the freeze dryer. That's why I've been running it while the power's on.
Yeah.
So it'll just get stored in the corner. Be like, well, if we ever get power back, or if I get enough power to be able to run it for a week or two straight, I'll fire it back up. Until then, no, because it draws electricity. I mean, like mine did about 3,500 watts. It was a 50-hour run, but it was a really wet batch of chili or something. So it took a while for it to finish. It was like 3,500 watt hours. I was like, okay, that's not bad. I mean, in retrospect, my wife runs her hair dryer for 20 minutes, probably uses more electricity than that thing.
The Aquatic News Network says canning and preserving is great. My wife is mad about canning, loves it.
Yeah.
All right. Minuteman, well, formerly known as Minuteman Prep, now known as Minuteman Solar, has his enough solar panels on his house that he has a freeze dryer. And one of the tests, he was using the freeze dryer, using the electric dryer, and using something else that was electric. And all the battery banks, the two power stations to make 240 and the extension batteries for it, it went for 3 days. We're using just the sun to keep recharging it. So,
yeah, that's a full load.
Yeah, that was a friggin' full load.
Yeah.
What's interesting, Mark? He shows his laundry room. He's got the washer, then he's got a gas dryer and an electric dryer.
Yeah.
Or I should say propane dryer and electric dryer.
I have a solar powered dryer in my backyard. It's great. Never goes down. It always works. The only time the clothes don't dry is when it's raining out.
Yeah.
I think it's called a clothesline, and it was almost free.
Yeah. But yeah, there's even when it comes to just gardening is a never ending learning process. Because you come across a new plant, okay, I got to learn how to do this, how it reacts, when's the best time to plant it, how to process its stuff, what's bad, big, whatever about it stuff. Yeah. It's, and so if you're on a budget and your budget is limited, it is affecting your timeline countdown to getting stuff done. Well, when you're not, when you have the free time, learn skills. The other thing is do a side hustle, earn extra money, and spend the profit on getting preps.
Yeah, and we talking about the power station. When we lost power the other day, I knew my wife was going to want her coffee when she woke up. So I woke up at 4 a.m, came down with her, and she was mad because she didn't know the power went out. I was like, well, let's see if my little 1,000-watt Jackery can run the Keurig. Nope. I turned it on, and it fired up, and that thing went to 1,280 watts for about 13 seconds, and then boop, tripped it. I'm like, sorry, honey, you're stuck with my French press. I don't like French press. I'm like, well, we don't have a choice right now, do we? And she didn't like that. And then the power came back on like 5 minutes later. I was like, great, your Keurig's running. Have a nice day. Go back to bed.
Yeah. Channel 13 must be PBS. Yeah.
Yeah, that was our PBS back in the day, Channel 13.
Ours
and then,
was 9.
On UHF, it was Channel 68 on the UHF side, if you could get it to tune in right. It was always snowy and on Sunday when there were no cartoons, yeah, that was about the only thing we could find that had something sort of entertaining on it.
Yeah. PBS in Northern California was Channel 9, 54 on UHF and cable, and then they added a couple others. In the UK. Cool. Yeah, we all need to think about, look at what we're doing and make adjustments. One of the things that I did was moving a lot of my old stuff up here, and it's like, okay, crap. I thought I was going to need this stuff up here. I should have left it down there. We could have gotten rid of it down there, and we could have moved other stuff up here. My wife is in the process of thinning stuff out, and she's trying to help her mother thin a lot. Jeez, I thought I had stuff.
I believe she has more stuff than you have.
She's got a 2-car garage full of crap and the basement of the big Victorian house full of crap.
Oh.
Yes.
Sounds like my mom when we moved her stuff out. You couldn't tell. She was the most organized hoarder you ever knew in your life. We knew she had a lot of stuff until we started unpacking it and realized she had every bill, invoice, canceled check ever. We found the oldest one. It was from Sears in 1956. And she still had the canceled check because, she didn't want somebody to get her account number. And I'm like, okay. And we moved all this stuff 3 times. Didn't know what was in the boxes. She wouldn't tell us.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, my mom had a lot of her checks and stuff back to the 60s. And, we moved that from Northern California to Hunga, Southern California, to Sun Valley, Southern California, to Fredonia, Arizona, back to Northern California.
That must have been the thing back then, is to make sure you don't throw them out because somebody might steal your account number.
Well, she wasn't worried about, she was more worried about IRS BS. Because with taxes and stuff, we all sat around. She saved every receipt, from going to the grocery store and stuff, and we were circling the tax on it and put it in a pile, and then we'd get about 10 or 15 of them, add it all up, put a paper clip with a piece of notepaper on it saying what the total sales tax was. Oh yeah. Had to find it every 6 months. They kept changing it around. Yeah. Fortunately, Northern California, between the 3 cable companies, they all picked the same channel for most of the PBS stuff and most of the, most of the broadcast channels. They kept them on those. So. All right. What else do we need to cover here on this, guys?
What was the topic? I totally forgot.
Topic is what to do when the top clock is ticking, or as I put it on my side is, it's the clock is ticking. What do you do first?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I reckon boot sales are a good idea. Boot sale, yard sales. Get your stuff. Wean yourself off stuff. Instead of having the latest sofa, the latest TV, cut the stuff down. Get rid of stuff. I mean, there's people losing everything, their whole house, all their stuff, family photos, the whole lot. I mean, we've got a ability to sort of go, wow, we could be in that situation. You know, what does it really matter? You know, all this material stuff. Maybe we should start getting rid of it now. And I mean, you know, you can quite easily put the funds into something else and use it. Maybe you can use, you know, if you sold all your stuff and bought a motorhome, you can get out into nature more, for example.
Yeah. One of the things my wife just did last month, getting ready to come up here and stuff, and she was talking with the boys down there. Nobody was watching cable TV because on the TV she has Roku, she has the Amazon Fire Stick, she has Tubi. You know, it has all that, and that's all internet based, not cable TV based. And she's been watching the NBC for and CBS for the TV show she likes on Roku and Paramount Plus. And so she got rid of cable TV and thought, whoa, there's $150 we're saving each month now. Still has internet though, but she got rid of the cable TV part.
Yeah.
And she finally decided, okay, we're getting rid of the landline.
Yeah, here in Sweden, we barely have landline anymore.
Yeah.
There is some who have it, but it phased out, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, like you said that, Darla, you know, start cutting back on stuff. It's like, I get the on YouTube here when I'm watching videos and stuff. I get the thing saying, you know, the what's it called, the quiz or whatever it is pops up. Which one of these movies would you be willing to see in the movie theater? I don't even read the names. I put none. I haven't been to a movie theater in like 12 years. And so it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, if I was a movie I want to watch multiple times, and I want to make sure I can play it for the kids, buy the DVD or, you know, or the DVD Blu-ray combination. But now so many of them now are showing up on that we watch are showing up on Paramount, Tubi, Roku, and all that. It's like, you know, maybe we don't even need to buy those anymore. Until the grandkids want to watch a particular one, I can't find it on any of them. But yeah. Load all seed dispensers.
Yeah.
I broke up with cable TV for the 19 crap. Yeah.
Yeah, too expensive.
Everyday stuff everyone's used to, milk, bread, cheese, all that kind of stuff. Like certain things you're not going to be as easily available anymore. Like certain produce, you might be used to having certain things, you know, and all of a sudden you haven't got them anymore.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to government cheese, there are several very large limestone mine vaults down there in the southeast here in the United States that are packed full of government cheese from 1956.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's all wax dipped and everything, so it's primo stuff still, well aged.
Yeah, definitely well aged.
But yeah, there's they're eliminating certain things, but thing is too also it's like if you have land, it's like, what do we need to get? Do we need to get a milk cow, or do we need to get milk goats? Do we need sheep? Do we need more chickens?
You know, people fail to mention when you want a milk cow, that cow had to have gotten pregnant at least once and stayed and kept milking it since then. You can't just buy a cow and expect it to give milk without having a calf.
Yeah.
Same with
But
goats.
hey, that other calf, guess what that is?
That's dinner, but that's besides the point. You still got to get it pregnant.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, unless you know somebody with a bull.
Yeah, well, I got plenty of bulls around here. You can take one too, but the one thing people don't realize about milk cows, the different breeds have different size teats. Now, a Guernsey Jersey mix has real short ones. You can't grab it and do the normal milking. You got to strip it the entire friggin' time to get all 4 gallons of milk out. Yeah. And if you're doing it in the wintertime out there, you're like, ow, my fingertips are freezing. The one little nipple is spraying sideways a little bit.
Yeah, but at least the milk is warm coming out, so you know.
Yeah, but it's warm for the downstroke. As you're picking it back up, it's already gotten cold and freezing on your hand. But then that's the same thing with goats. You're like, so.
And then you got to decide if you want a brown cow or a white cow for chocolate milk or low fat milk. Yeah, because all the different cow colors give different milk, right? Just say
we had the brown and white Guernseys, which gave the base milk for everything. You can put whatever you want in it.
I mean, it didn't come out chocolate. Oh man, I was lied to. All those those little kids books I read back in my day, back when I was 5. They all lied to me.
Brick-shaped rooms.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are certain things you need to prioritize as you're figuring out what you need and what you're going to be doing and what your diet's going to be, because whatever you're storing, you got to be eating too. You don't store crap you don't eat. But I got 500 pounds of dehydrated eggplant really cheap.
Yeah.
Well, the chickens are going to love that.
Mm-hmm.
I got 6 bushels of Brussels sprouts. Chickens are going to love that too.
Yeah, you could pickle them. That's about it.
The chickens, the goats will love that. Yeah, there are certain things that if you're not eating it, don't store it.
I agree with that.
But the guy on TV said this is a superfood and it keeps for 20 years. And in 20 years, if you haven't eaten it or touched it, yeah,
waste of money.
Yeah. Now that might be something you might barter off to somebody that's absolutely starving. I got bags of Brussels sprouts here.
And some eggplant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another one. Wean yourself off of money.
No. Wean yourself off of credit cards.
Credit cards, money.
Because until there's a major collapse, you're still going to need money, even if it is cash.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Initially, shops are going to take that cash or take that form of money initially.
And then they're going to want to see real silver or real gold.
When they realise that ain't they're not going to be able to get more produce and make more money. And, they might have to shut their business down.
Well, it's so funny. I've seen it probably about 2 months ago. I saw one video. Since then, now 12 videos, almost exact same, but different people doing them. Lady goes into the quickie market or whatever, and puts some stuff on the counter. Okay, that's going to be so much money, and she goes, well, eggs are what now? And it starts pulling out eggs. Oh, you got eggs, okay. Winds up taking 4 eggs for this, this big basket of food.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be the other thing that comes out. When it happens, there's going to be bartering. Have you learned the bartering skill? Have you gotten a book on bartering?
Well, I'm Greek. We're okay. I'm all right.
Sorry, that's funny. I've been bartering for
I
years
was,
with
I was
skills
born that
versus
way.
money.
I was born that way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I probably suck at bartering, but
So
it is.
Jill says get some skills, you know, how to barter in SHTF, Jill. How about that as a book?
actually, hang on.
He already wrote that one. Where you been?
Well, I've got a few ideas.
Here you go.
Chapter 1 is Don't Panic. Introduction.
The art of barter. How to trade for almost anything.
I like that.
And
Yeah.
after
I like
that one,
that.
part 2 is the art of the deal.
Yeah, there's things on it. There's bartering, how to barter for paradise, barter life skill. Yeah, negotiating as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones here. Oh, I like the cover on this one here.
How about Bruce Lee's version? The art of bartering without bartering. You just promise people stuff, you know.
That would be Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that and I'll let you live. Yeah, that's a good barter. I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there are things to work on for that.
Gold. Can you give me that chicken, and I'll bring you some of that gold later.
And then of course there's going to be bartering. Well, wait a minute, eggs are worth more than your zucchini.
I'll take that back. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't.
So yeah, you got you're going to be people
to lie.
Yeah.
You know that was a bad joke.
Yeah. So bartering will in the future will depend a lot on the value to each person. Eggs is worth so much to John, but it's not worth as much to Mark, where it's worth even more for Dear Love, and me, it's like I don't like eggs.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now you get down to all right. We got bacon. All right. Well, now we're talking real money here. Bacon.
Oh, that happened in the film I'm a Legend when Will Smith woke up and that woman had used his bacon. Jeff, what would your reaction be if someone used your bacon?
She'd be gone. I needed my bacon.
Yeah.
Emily says movies are costly now. Last time I went, I paid $15. What?
$15, yeah,
that's expensive for a movie.
Yeah,
28 pounds for 2 people. I was like, how much?
Yeah, and $10 for a little bucket of popcorn and $7 for a non-refillable soda.
Yeah. We had to share it. Yeah. Do you guys still have the drive-in movies?
Nah, there's a couple on the East Coast here. Not many. There's still 1 or 2, but obviously there's no more of those radio phones hanging on the post.
Hey,
You tune in your AM.
Good to see you.
Tune in your AM radio to whatever station, which only broadcasts locally for the movie.
Yeah.
They did that. They were doing that in the late '80s into the '90s. They got rid of those the little radio phones hanging on a post.
The corded speaker.
Mankind to reverse what they've done. For example, we're talking about weaning ourselves off of this or that, be it tobacco, be it drinking, be it the money or the system or whatever. It could be chocolate eclairs. Is there any possibility of mankind reversing the trends? Like, for example, rather than to carry on with nuclear technology, just go back. I mean, right, some might argue and say, well, hang on, we're going forwards. Why go back? But I'm just saying to sort of lessen the strain on everything.
Yeah.
Like, for survival's sake, I mean, we're going to have to go back to old trends anyway, whether we like it or not.
Emily says on the homestead channels, people have several goats and several chickens.
Yeah,
good idea.
There's one of the channels, Dirt Patch Heaven, is 3 or 4 miles down the road from me, and they got goats, they got chickens, they got rabbits, and they in the wintertime they put cow panels over their raised planter beds, and they dig out the planter bed and they dump all the hot manure they can get in the bottom, and they push stuff back over and stuff, so it's heating and cooking there, and they grow some stuff in the wintertime, and the basic manures from the chickens, they put that in the bottom, and they have several of those, and they got another one where they got they're just growing bugs for the chickens, and then they keep the chickens in that greenhouse for the wintertime, eating the bugs out of the raised planter bed. And of course, by then in spring, that raised planter bed is good to go.
Well, that is another way to solve the problem.
Yeah, and talking about, like you said a cow. Well, depending on the size of your property, if you have one cow, yeah, that you're like, if people are looking around for stuff, you can hide your chickens. It's tough to hide a cow. Somebody might just shoot it and take it for the meat. Now you got no cow.
Well, problem is, someone may shoot it and they may shoot it and come up to the cow and go, "How do I get the meat out of here?"
Yeah, you know what? But once they shoot it, it's done. So that's the other.
Yeah.
You keep smaller livestock like goats and chickens and rabbits. You can hide them a lot better. You could always let the goats in the house if you had to for a short period of time. I wouldn't bring a cow in the house.
Well, if with my shop here, the cow would be in the shop. I would make a stall in there just like a barn. Put the cow in there, and take cow from the one stall out to the milking stall, and the grandkids clean out the poop out of the stall. Then put the cow back in that stall.
I got a book title for you, Jill. Suppressed Savagery.
What is it?
Suppressed Savagery.
Depressed savagery.
Suppressed.
Okay.
I'll explain it. Why? It's like mankind is showing their true colours in SHTF. Like, so all of a sudden, when there's no law and order, everyone's going to show that they're savages. So it's been suppressed. So, like, everyone's all civil and everything's going okay. All right, I'll shut up then.
No, that was my dog. I keep hitting the mute button because every time I talk, he barks.
I thought you were saying don't start, Cost. I thought you were saying don't start.
No, that's my dog just being a dick. But anyway.
Hey, Dan.
Maybe he's trying to protect
the potato prices here in Idaho, because those that grow it are away from the cities. So those in the cities don't grow potatoes. Yeah, the prices for them to get it is going to be higher than the prices for me to get it when I got the potato field right next to me. Speaking of money, I have to work tomorrow. Yeah.
Good luck, Emily.
Yeah. Same with peanuts in Georgia. But yeah, the thing is, so if people don't know how to grow potatoes, they don't know how to grow the peanuts, don't know how to grow stuff, and they don't have other food to trade for it, the price of that food just went up. Now, if they're growing some foods like zucchinis and spinach and some other things like that, and their neighbors growing other things, then the cost of the food is down because they're going to trade equal amounts type stuff. It
all depends on how much you like zucchini. We all know in the business world, when the zucchini season is 3 weeks in, the piles of zucchini on the conference table gets bigger and bigger because everybody's done with it.
Yeah. But that's when my wife grabs it, tosses it in the freezer, and then when she gets a lot, then she goes ahead and grates it up and processes it and dehydrates it and stuff. Tomorrow is Mother's Day and Vay's birthday. Yeah. sorry, I squirrel moment. I just lost it there, but yeah. So when someone is, if you're growing food and your neighbor's growing food and another neighbor's growing food, get together, guys. Find out who wants to grow what, because if person's growing, a whole boatload of tomatoes, no one else needs to grow tomatoes. Someone's got 15 zucchini and patty pan and butternut squash plants. No one else needs to grow that. You guys are just going to start trading food back and forth. So, and that's the thing is you want, that's one of the things to do beforehand is if you're experimenting in gardening and stuff, talk to your neighbors that are experimenting in gardening too. You share experiences and share knowledge and share food in times of plenty. So when things get bad, it's like, okay, we can just about live totally off of what we are growing, folks. And that's when, like in the one book, as soon as people were vacating and leaving and bugging out and leaving their homes, and the news was saying people were dying on the roads, being starving out there and stuff. They know people weren't coming back. Okay, we're going to the neighbor's yard. We're going to dig up their grass and we're going to turn it into a garden.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And then the house became a greenhouse. The neighbor's house became a greenhouse for the in the wintertime.
Just got to watch the humidity in the greenhouse that you're growing in your own house from mold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, like where I'm at and where Jordan's at, and where you're at most of the time, Mark, when the temperature is below freezing outside and you open that door, the humidity levels just drop.
Yeah, well, I got central heat and central air, so my house is, especially in the wintertime, is very dry. We're talking static shocks to the doorknob every time you touch it.
Yeah.
Okay, Emily, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
See you later, Emily.
Take care, Emily.
So yeah, that's the that's the thing too is hey, if neighbors start disappearing, bugging out and leaving, and if you see them leaving, you say, hey, I'm staying here. Can I turn your backyard into a garden if you guys are gone? If they're saying, yeah, we're gone. Your house is yours. We're out of here.
Sweet.
Make sure you record that.
Yeah. So when they come back and say, oh, look, we have a garden now. Get out of my yard. Wait.
Yeah, record it. I got a video of you telling me you gave it to me.
Sign here. By the way, here's a pin so I can get a blood print.
Make your own popcorn.
Yeah.
That noise.
And here's the thing too: if you're using like the neighbor's house as a greenhouse, and they got a fireplace, one of the things you may want to go salvage somewhere is a insert that you can boil water on to humidify the house that is drying out drier than a popcorn fart. But there are things you can do, plan for, and have plans that you may never even use them. But it's like, okay, if these neighbors take off, they have a wood burning stove in their house. I'm salvaging that wood burning stove to my house, and I'm going to turn their house into a greenhouse or whatever, and stuff like that. Make plans. You may never use them, but if you do need to use them, you have the plan on what to do and how to do it.
I agree. It's better to have the plans and not use them. Right. And not to have them, any plans, and you need
to have something. Yeah. Especially if the plan includes how actually to do it.
Yeah.
How to disassemble and reassemble the wood burning stove from that house to your house.
You mean the one that weighs 450 pounds full, and you're by yourself and have nothing with wheels and stairs to deal with? Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah. learn how, that's another skill. Learn about, a little bit of mechanics skill, how to take stuff apart, put it back together.
Leverage, boards on the stairs to slide things down with a rope. Yeah.
Yeah. And that, I'm not too big on quail, but chickens in the house, yeah, you can have a bedroom with chickens in it.
Good. I wouldn't. The smell and the humidity and the moisture and the bacteria would definitely, unless it's your neighbor's house that moved out.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. Your neighbor's house that moved out. They're gone. They ain't coming back.
It very long if the chickens are destroying the place. And yeah, you got wood floors and stuff where all that manure and pee and stuff or whatever it is, the fluids.
That's what you got to do. You got to learn to take care of stuff, move stuff out. It's like, ooh, who has linoleum in their house that's gone? Okay, we're laying linoleum down to be the underlayment for the
right
for the leaves and stuff for the chickens and stuff.
You still got to clean it and put something else up, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, when it comes time to clean it, yeah, you bring the wheelbarrow in, you load it up, you take it out, add it to the compost pile and back.
And hold your nose and open the windows because.
My grandmother used to say, "It's drier than a popcorn fart in here," and she was born in the 1800s. So, okay. I mean, I grew up with it. It's drier than a popcorn fart.
I might have to use that. I never heard that.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Here we go. Sayings from my grandmother. It's colder than a witch's tit outside.
No, that yeah. And hotter than the other part. Yep.
and the other one along with it is it's cold and wetter than a well digger's butt. Yeah. I learned all sorts of those things, the sayings that the old folks used to use back in the 1800s. But the quail in the cages, banty chickens. My mom on the property when we had a big chicken house, big one, she had banty chickens besides the Rhode Island Reds. And she just loved her banty chickens because they became like pets.
Yeah, Vay says, does anyone know what a witch's tit is?
Basically, they're talking because a witch is so cold-hearted, her body's cold.
And Kaylin says, I heard that as it's hotter than a popcorn fart.
Yeah. If you get hold of banty chickens, the bantams, the little small ones and stuff, they're basically large quail, bigger eggs. Oh, okay, that's another one. Okay, never heard of that on a ship, but it was I said colder than.
What? I walked away. What did I miss? Because I know about how.
Hang on. I'm going to put it up here.
I explained this one once. I think it was on Shadow Show. It's cold enough to freeze the that one.
SH RTART. See what it says here. The brass on which the cannonballs were held.
Yeah, I know. I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. The monkey was the triangular brass ring that the cannonballs were barely inside the loop, and when it got cold, the brass shrank up and the balls rolled off. That's my dad taught me that a long time ago. I think I said that on Jeremy's
It's also called the witch's tit or the brass bra.
Yeah, brass bra, brass monkey. Yeah. The brass monkey one sounds more fun because people who don't understand it try to picture a brass monkey and his testicles falling off.
Yeah. And it says, the phrase used is colder than a witch's tit.
That was it. Did I tell? I'm not going to say it on live, but that was you. I told you that joke about with the guy going into the Chinese shop and finding a brass rat. Did I tell you that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Ain't
That's
going
that's
there,
an
but-
that's an offline joke.
Mhm.
All right, Kaylin raised.
I raised them for 5 years in an apartment.
Yeah,
Quail.
I was looking at the comment before it raised quail. Yeah. Yeah, my grandmother always says because a witch is so cold-hearted.
Yep.
That you don't want to put your lips on it. Let's see. Oh, all right, we're over time.
Well, you're over
Oh, yeah.
time. Karen will stick around forever, but no, I'm just kidding.
We hit the 4 hours, Jordan.
Yeah, I think it's time to wrap things up.
Yeah, we've got to all go to bed. Get some
Yeah.
beauty sleep. Get at least a little bit of beauty sleep.
Oh, that's right. It's late by you there now.
Yeah.
Yep. It's 6 p.m. here, and as soon as I get off, I go get the weed whacker out and trim and cut the back lawn so I can see the bottom of it.
11 p.m. in the UK. Just past.
All right.
Chrissy, thank you very much, Shadow, for having us on the chat on the panel. God bless everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
God bless you, Chef, Bob, everyone, Jill.
All right. There's the link on Shadow's side to my live in 2 hours. Everybody on my side, just click on, you can see it's in 2 hours there. The topic of mine is after the invasion, what are your plans? And what type of invasion? You got to come see, find out what type of invasion I'm talking about.
All right. You have a good one, Durla. Be safe over there. God bless.
All right. God bless everyone.
Yeah.
Good night. Good night, Shadow.
Take care.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Amen.
And I will see you next Saturday, same time, same channel.
Yep. Might be at my cabin again.
New topic. So.
Oh, and Shadow, I just got a thing for another enchanting escape. Our fourth view of Sweden's beauty just popped up here.
Okay.
The train window one? Yeah, saw that.
Yeah. Number 4.
Yeah, number 4. Yeah.
Cool.
I made 4 of them.
All right. You guys have a great evening, day, afternoon, morning, wherever you're at. We're all over the planet right now.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
All right. I'm bailing. I'll catch you all later.
I'll catch you later. And I hope this works.